So what is this ArivuPro One? ArivuPro One is nothing but 10 certifications in one program. Yes, you heard me right. You can earn 10 certification by doing this one program. Now you can do your BCom, CA, CS, CMA, ACCA with exemptions, CMA USA, EA, CIA, FRM, skill-based course certifications. All these 10 certifications, ArivuPro One is going to offer you. Now, by choosing ArivuPro One, you can get to choose all these courses. If you want to do CA, CS, all the courses you want to do, you can do it. It is not that if you do CA, you cannot do CS. That's the speciality of this ArivuPro One. We are launching a new program, a very innovative program, a pain point which we want to address. Because students join some normal BCom, they go outside for professional courses, or sometimes they offer, they join BCom with CA, and if they get stuck, they are not able to migrate to another program. We want to address this problem. That's where we introduce ArivuPro One. In this program, you are not confined by one professional course. You have the choice to do any 10 professional courses, right? You can do any of these professional courses or all the 10 professional courses, you can do it. The choice is with you. You can do it from Chennai, you can do it from Coimbatore, you can do it from Bangalore, or you can do it online from all over India. This is the course. For more details, right, we will be releasing more videos on this course. You can call my team and they'll be more than happy to explain this course. Spread the word. Those who are looking for undergrad programs with professional courses, ArivuPro One is the choice. One program, 10 certifications, infinite opportunities. See you guys. Bye-bye. Hi guys, we have exciting news today. If you look at ArivuPro, we have always been innovating, right from our subscription models to on-demand exams, giving recorded classes. We have been front of innovation, and today we are very happy to launch one such a very innovative program, and we are calling it ArivuPro One. So what is this ArivuPro One? ArivuPro One is nothing but 10 certifications in one program. Yes, you heard me right. You can earn 10 certification by doing this one program. Now you can do your BCom,
My God, I'm feeling so proud today. Teach so many students. Complete all chapters today only. Very good morning to you all. Very good morning, online students. I hope I am audible and also the screen is visible. Online students. Yes, sir. Okay, so in our previous class, no mic required, not today. Required. So in our previous class, we were discussing about, we have completely discussed on set off, carry forward, and clubbing of income, and something else also we discussed. 10 AA and 115 B, 115 JC. So today we'll be completing deductions, then computation of total income. Next topic for discussion is what, sir? Deductions under chapter 6A. Deductions under chapter 6A. Now, why is this chapter important? This chapter is important because if you see how to compute your total income, if you want to compute your total income, what is the format for computation of total income, sir? First, you should go with this format only, meaning this is the format which you should follow. So first you should always write income from salary. So then we should take income from house property. When I say income, you are supposed to take, when I say you should take income, you are supposed to take the final amount, meaning gross salary. After that you give deductions, you will get your net salary. Similarly, when you are taking house property income, you should take NAV. After that you should claim deductions. So whatever amount you get is net income. You should take income from house property, income from salary, then you should take income from business or profession, income from business or profession. You should take income from capital gain. Hey, have you studied all this chapter? Income from other sources. Income from other sources. Now, in all these chapters which we have discussed, and then after this, what should we do? Add to this clubbing of income. Meaning clubbing should be done along with your, before computing your total income only, meaning under gross total income only, clubbing should be done. Then you should subtract set off of losses. So depending upon where you want to set off, you can directly set off over there. So once you do all those things, what is left over is your gross total income. What is left over is your gross total income. Now, all these topics which we have discussed, all this chapter, the notes which you have written for your examination, it is sufficient. Okay, the notes which you have written is sufficient for your examination. If you have time, because I don't think you have time, give one reading of your institute material. Okay, one reading. If you don't have the time, compulsorily you should do is solve the question of your institute material. Solve what questions, sir? Solve the questions of the topic which you have discussed. So when you are studying, you will find that there are some extra topics which I have not discussed in the class. Okay, don't solve any questions related to that. That not required, because the related provision is not there at this level. So even if, they'll not ask you those questions at this level. You can go to any attempt paper, you can see that they have never asked any question on that. So our notes, I hope you have all written the notes. Whatever, and of course I have already shared the notes also. Whatever notes we have written, that is sufficient. Very good notes. You can study from that notes. Now we have learned about how to compute the gross total income. Meaning all this chapter which you have studied, it helped us in computation of gross total income only. Now we know that the tax is not required to be paid on gross total income. If I have to pay the taxes, I have to pay the taxes on something called as total income. So if you want to find the total income from the gross total income, you should subtract deductions under chapter 6a. Once you subtract the deductions, now what you get is your total income. After subtracting this, whatever is left over in your life is called as what, sir? Total income. Now it is this total income on which you are supposed to compute, you are required to compute the tax and pay the tax on this total income only. Okay. So in this chapter, what are we going to learn about? Deductions. What are the different types of deductions? There are too many types of deductions. Deductions. Now, why is deduction important? Because if I want to find my total income, I have to subtract something. That thing which I have to subtract is my deduction. And please note, from exam point of view, the weightage of this topic may be only 2 marks or maybe 4 marks. Meaning they'll just give 1 or 2 line items as what is required to be subtracted. But if you know only, you will be able to subtract. Like yesterday, day before yesterday, we did one question about that 15 marks first question we did. Correct? No? In that PPF was there. Then health insurance premium was there. So they are all falling under deductions. Okay, so if you know the word, you can subtract it. If you know what it is, then you can subtract it. So this chapter becomes important to find your total income. If you don't study this chapter, your total income will not be right. And if your total income is not right, your main answer is not right. Meaning your tax will not be right. Now before we start this discussion on different deductions which we have, few things you have to keep in mind. Deductions under chapter 6a is not available. Deductions under chapter 6a is not available against special income. Deductions under chapter 6a is not available against which incomes, sir? Special incomes. Which are the special incomes? Long-term capital gain under section 112. Long-term capital gain under section 112A. Short-term capital gain under section 111A. Casual income. Casual income means winnings from lottery, betting, gambling, horse race, etc. And of course, undisclosed income. Undisclosed income is something which is fully taxable. You cannot claim anything against them. Okay, you cannot claim deductions under from these incomes. Meaning, in your total income, when you are finding your gross total income, in this gross total income, if you have income from capital gain, please subtract it. Long-term capital gain under 112, 112A, short-term capital gain under section 111A, and if you have this casual income, please subtract it. Now what you get, on that amount only you can claim deduction. Sir, meaning, sir? Example. My long-term capital gain under section 112 is 2 lakhs. My salary income is 1 lakh. My casual income is 50,000. My income from house property is 1 lakh. Okay, this is my income details. Now deduction available for me is LIC premium I have paid, 1 lakh rupees. I have invested money in public provident fund, 50,000 rupees. I have paid medical health insurance premium, 25. 1000 rupees. And let us say I have one more ATU disability deduction of 1,25,000. So these are the different deductions which are available to me, okay, which I can claim. Now my question to you is, what is my total income? These are the different deductions which I can claim. My question to you is, what is my total income? 2 lakhs you are telling, 4 lakhs you are telling. I can subtract all these things. I can subtract all these things, okay. How much can I subtract? You are supposed to tell me.
But to 1,50,000 only we can able to subtract deduction.
I can subtract all these things.
But application not exceed.
Who told you? Somewhere you studied, no. I didn't teach, no. I'm telling, no, you can subtract everything. Total income, I am receiving answers. Total income is 1 lakh rupees, sir. I can subtract all these amounts. Okay. I can subtract all this amount, but I cannot subtract from some incomes. Now please note. First tell me what is my gross total income. Can I say the total of this is my gross total income? Hello? Hey, what is gross total income? All the heads of income correct on 1, 2, 3. So this is income from salary, income from house property, income from capital gain, income from other sources. So combined together, can I say the total of this is my gross total income? How much, sir? 4 lakh 50,000. Is this clear to everyone? My gross total income is 4 lakh 50,000. From this gross total income, I will subtract special income. Why will I subtract special income? Because on special income, I cannot claim deductions. Hey, just now you wrote a note that deductions under chapter 6A is not available against special income. How much is my special income? Can I say this 2 lakh rupees and this 50,000? So 2 lakh 50,000 is my special income. So what is my income against which I can claim deductions? 2 lakh rupees is the income against which I can claim deductions. Now 2 lakh rupees is the income against which I can claim deductions. Is this clear, everyone? How much is the total deduction I am eligible for? 1.5 lakhs, 1.5 lakhs, 3 lakh rupees. This is what I am eligible for. I can claim 3 lakh rupees. But how much will I be able to subtract? How much will I able to subtract? Though I am eligible for 2 lakhs, I can 3 lakhs. I cannot subtract 3 lakhs. Why? I don't have that income at all. Correct? No. So I get this as 0. Add back your special income. A special income is not required to be subtracted, right?
Yes.
So what is the amount? This is my total income. Okay, not okay? This is my total income. Please note, this is one very lengthy format I have told you. You don't have to do in that manner, okay? In examination, you are not supposed to subtract, add, etc. You directly take gross total income of 4,50,000. This is only for explanation purpose. I told you. You remove the special income from this. Of course, now when you are removing special income, you should remove in your brain only. Or you just subtract deductions. Less deductions. How much deductions are there? You write over here. Deductions available is how much? 3 lakh rupees. But however, allowed is how much? 2 lakh rupees. Whichever is less, how much will you subtract? You don't have to write in that manner. You just have to do the calculation to teach you that how it is going to work. I wrote this. Now, how did you get this amount, sir? See, this amount and this amount I am supposed to subtract from 4,50,000 rupees. Now, if I subtract, how much will be my income? 2 lakh rupees. So I have 2 lakh on which I can claim deductions, and my deduction is how much? 3 lakhs. So how much will be I able to claim? Someone wants 3 lakh rupees from me. I have only 2 lakhs. How much will I be able to give him? Only 2 lakh rupees. So if I subtract 2 lakhs, whatever is left over is my total income, which is 2,50,000. Is it clear, everyone? Meaning, deduction cannot be claimed on this income. As simple as that. Now, what are the different types of deductions which you are going to learn about? Now, please note, just because you have made an investment, for example, that question which we saw that day, just because that person has made an investment, will she get the deduction? you will have to claim the deduction. Okay, please note. This question we were saying, she has paid medical insurance premium of 18,000. Now she has paid. So what? If you want the benefit of this, you will have to subtract it. Meaning deduction is something which you have to claim. The assessee has to claim. Just because you have made an investment, lawmakers will directly give a no. Unless until you tell. When will you tell? While filing your income tax return, you have to claim the benefit. The deduction is required to be claimed by you. If you don't claim it, you will not get it. It is like, say, your mother is cooking the food. Now, you just had food around 1 hour before. Now, she's just cooking the food for maybe father or anyone else, etc. Now, if you also want to eat the food, you will have to tell her, give me one chapati or two chapatis, etc. So, deduction is that thing which you have to claim. It will not just be given as it is. Only if you claim, only if you subtract from your income, then it will be allowed as deduction. What do we have next? Yeah. So what are the different types of deductions? For that, deduction under chapter 6A is available only if assessee claims such deduction. Deduction under chapter 6A is available only if the assessee claims for such deductions. Only if you claim it is available. No deduction under chapter 6A is allowed if the assessee has claimed the benefit under any other provision of law. Meaning if you have claimed the benefit of that particular deduction anywhere else, you cannot claim that benefit here also. Meaning deduction can be claimed only once, not at two different places. So for example, if you are making a capital expenditure, you cannot claim depreciation. So just like that. So you are claiming deduction under chapter 6A and you want to take benefit under some other section also for the same expenses, not allowed. Like we'll study one point like scientific research. If you are incurring scientific research, someone is already claiming under 35. But here also they say you can claim under 80 GG. Some section is there, 80 GGA, you can claim that. You cannot claim both the benefits. You can claim at only one place. Deductions can be claimed only once. Now different sections which we are going to study. Too many sections are there. ATC, ATCCC, ATCCD, ATCCH. Before H it is ATCCE, ATCCH, ATD, ATDD, ATDDB, ATE, ATEEA, ATEEB, ATG, GG, GGB, GGA, GGB, ATJJAA, ATQQB, ATRRB, ATTTA, TTB, ATB. These are the different sections which you are going to study These are the different sections which you are going to study. What are most important? Meaning this though you should definitely remember. Other things normally they'll not ask. What is the section, sir? ATC, ATD, ATE, G, TTA and ATU. These are the sections which you should not forget at all. Meaning in examination, mostly the question will be on ATC, ATD, ATTTA. Mostly it will be these three only. Always. Normally any question you see, these three adjustments will be there. Sometimes they may ask you about these adjustments also. So which are the different sections we are going to study? ATC, ATCCC, ATCCD, ATCCE, ATCCH, ATD, ATDD, ATDDB, ATE, ATEEA, ATEEB, ATG, ATGG, ATGGA, ATGGB, ATJJ, AA, ATQQB, RRB, ATTTA, TTB, ATU. Okay, these are the sections. But whatever is marked important, that too you should know. Whether you know other things or not. ATC, D, E, G, TTA and U. C, D, TTA is always asked in the examination. Okay, 90% of the time it will be these three sections. So shall we start now discussion on first section, which is ATC. Section ATC. LIC premium, tuition fees, provident fund, principal repayment of, Sundri, you were not there yesterday. Yesterday we discussed one important topic. YouTube, I'll ask them to remove yesterday's topic.
I heard you have asked for me.
Oh, thank you, Sundri. That means you have attended. That of carry forward you understood. You said that is very difficult topic, so.
God, it's difficult, but yesterday it was fine.
Okay, ATC. ATC. Sir, why government is doing go-based in life? What happened? Sir, see, sir, if we pay tax on gross total income, government will get extra benefit, no, sir. Government will get extra tax. Now, if they are asking us to subtract few things, that means they are reducing the income on which tax is required to be paid. That means, sir, government is going to lose the tax on that amount of deduction, no, sir. They could have directly asked us to pay the tax on gross total income. Why they are giving deduction? Why are they giving deduction? Why are they asking us to reduce our income? They are only the losers, no, sir. See, what happens is government says, see, a person, he normally earns income and he spends the money. But if you are a person who is going to take care about your future, that means you are a nice person. You are thinking about your future. You are planning about your future. You are saving some money for your future. Lawmaker says, I'll give you some benefit. Because I want to encourage people to make investment for their future. Because we don't know what is going to happen. If you think about your family, say tomorrow you die, well, who will take care about your family? If you think about that, if you make an investment today only, I'll give you some benefit. Tomorrow, if you're not feeling well, then where will you get the money from? So if you're taking health insurance, that means you're a nice person. You're thinking about yourself, you're thinking about your family, you're thinking about your parents. I'll give you some deductions. If you're donating money to someone, so there is some charitable organization, etc., you are going and donating money to them. During COVID times, you donated money to PM Cares Fund, etc. That means you're a nice person. You're thinking about the society. So I will give you some benefit. So why deductions are given? Deductions are given to encourage people to make savings, to encourage people to get involved in some good work, or because they want some extra benefits. So 80C, first deduction we are seeing 80C. Now who can take 80C, sir? The benefit of 80C is available to whom, sir? If you are an individual or an HUF, you can take the benefit. 80C benefit is available to whom, sir? Individual or an HUF. 80C benefit is available to whom? Either if you are an individual or if you are an HUF. It does not matter whether you are resident or not. Meaning it does not matter whether the person is a resident person or a non-resident person. Deduction will be given to whom, sir? Individual or an HUF. How much is the deduction, sir? Maximum amount which you are going to get under 80C. Okay, there are a lot of things which you will see under 80C, not under each category, but under 80C completely, all of them combined together. Maximum deduction which you are going to get under section 80C is 1,50,000 rupees per annum. Maximum in assessee a person is going to get is how much, sir? 1,50,000 rupees per annum. 1,50,000 rupees per annum he is going to get. Now, sir, what are the different things covered over here? The first thing which we are going to study about is LIC premium. LIC premium paid by you. Life insurance premium paid by you. LIC, life insurance premium paid by you. LIC premium or life insurance premium paid by you. Now, please note. Life insurance premium. Do you know what is life insurance premium? Now, please note. I'll first tell you what is life insurance. Something like this is there in life. Okay. Now, let us say there is a person called as Mr. Unhealthy. Okay. So, he takes a policy, life insurance policy for himself. Now, he takes a policy of, let us say, 50 lakh rupees. Now, what will happen is, this is the policy. How much is the policy amount? 50 lakh rupees. So, this 50 lakh rupees is called as sum assured. What is this 50 lakh called? Sum assured. So, he takes a policy of 50 lakh rupees. This 50 lakh rupees is called as what, sir? Sum assured. Now, what this policy mean? If he has taken a life insurance policy of 50 lakh, that means what, sir? Let us say the policy term. Now, this person's age is around 30 years. And he takes a policy for next 30 years. So, this 30 years which is there, that is the term of the policy. What is 30 years? This 30 years is the term of the policy. So, this term of the policy means what, sir? For the next 30 years, he will have to pay some amount to the insurance company. That amount which he has to pay every year is called as premium. For the next 30 years, he will have to pay premium. He will have to pay some amount called as premium. Now, two possibilities are there. Two possibilities are there. This person has taken the life insurance at the age of 30 and the validity of this policy is till what, sir? He turns 60 years. Meaning, till he becomes 60 years, he has to pay this premium. But two possibilities are there. In between, two things can happen. Either he may die within that time of 60 years. Meaning, he may die after 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, 50 years, etc. He may die. So, if he dies in between that period, lawmaker says he will get 50 lakh rupees. If how will he get, sir? Meaning his family members, the nominee, whoever he is nominating, that person will get how much, sir? 50 lakh rupees. If he dies in the period of 50 years, then the nominee will get around 50 lakh rupees. Now, what if he does not die, sir? If he does not die, then that family member, he himself, in the sense, Mr. Unhealthy himself, because he's not died, he himself will get how much, sir? 50 lakh rupees plus some extra bonus, which will normally be equal to 50 lakh rupees only. Meaning double amount you will get. You will get around 1 crore rupees. Sir, repeat. You have taken a policy. 50 lakh rupees is the policy. That 50 lakh rupees is called as sum assured. Sum assured means if you die, your family members are going to definitely get how much, sir? 50 lakh. Now, I die after 2 years only, sir. What will happen? Lawmaker says, no problem, I still give you 50 lakh. So, this is an assurance which I am going to give you, that this is the compulsory will be given. Sir, what if I don't die? If you don't die, no problem. Once the term is over, once the policy term is over, I'll give you money. Whatever sum assured is there, plus some extra bonus I will give you. Okay, so this amount will be received by me. Now I have to pay something called as premium. First of all, have you understood that the word sum assured? Then we have to pay every year some amount. That amount is called as premium. Now this premium ka deduction I can claim under ATC. Under ATC I can claim the deduction of this particular premium. Okay, yeah. Now what happens is this amount which is received on maturity. Now this is the amount received on maturity. This is the amount received upon death. You can receive the amount in two cases, either at the time of maturity or at the time of death. The amount which is received by the nominees at the time of death of the policy holder is always exempt. The nominees will get 50 lakh rupees. No, that 50 lakh rupees they don't have to pay even 1 rupee tax. Completely exempt. However, if that person himself receives the money, then the exemption will be based on whether you have claimed a deduction or not. Okay, we'll see what it means. As of now, you have understood something, because some terms which are written over here will be used. Amount can be received in two scenarios, either at the time of death or maturity. Now, who can take the benefit of this section? An individual can take, or an HUF can take. An individual can take a policy for himself. An individual can take policy for his spouse. And an individual can take policy for his children. So, an individual can take the benefit of this section by taking policy for himself, his spouse and his children. And an HUF can take benefit, meaning he can take benefit of this section by taking policy for whom, sir? Members of HUF. Individual can take for self, spouse or children's. HUF can take for the members of HUF. Now, if you are taking life insurance policy, you will be having to you will have to pay life insurance premium. For the life insurance premium which you are claiming, you can claim reduction. Reduction under which section? 80C. Sir, how much deduction can I claim? You can claim the deduction of premium paid by you. Whatever premium you are paying, that amount of deduction you can claim, or you can claim deduction of the limit. Either the premium paid by you or the limit, whichever is less. Whatever premium you are paying or the limit given in the law, whichever is less, that is the amount of deduction which you can claim. Limit is the maximum amount. So if the premium is less than limit, claim premium. Sir, what is this limit, sir? That is maximum deduction allowed for LIC policy. Yeah, sir, but how much is that limit, sir? That limit you should tell us. No, yeah, I'll tell. Now, that limit depends on when was that policy taken by you. When did you take the policy? Based on that, the limit depends. And it also depends on who are you. In normal cases, what happens? If you are a person with disability, what will happen? In normal cases, what will happen? And if you are a person with disability, what will happen? Normal cases, what will happen? If you are a person with disability, what will happen? How much deduction can you claim? We are discussing. Normally, normal cases means all of us. Normally, I will see when is the policy issued. Policy is issued before 1/4/2012 or on or after 1/4/2012. Policy is issued before 1/4/2012 on or after 1/4/2012. If the policy is issued before 1/4/2012, then you can claim a deduction up to 20% of sum assured. 20% of sum assured. And if the policy is issued anytime after that, then you can claim a deduction of 10% of sum assured. I hope you know what is sum assured. Whatever premium you are paying, or 10% of sum assured, or 20% of sum assured, depending upon when the policy is issued. Sir, what if I am a person with disability, sir? If you're a person with disability, if you are a person with disability, I will see when is the policy issued. If it is before 1/4/2012, then same 20% of sum assured. The limit was same. Before it was 20% of sum assured, and after that it was 10%. But these people, they objected. They told, "Arey, we are disabled person. For us, give extra benefit." So in the previous year, 12-13, in the year 12-13, it was 10% of sum assured. And if the policy is on or after 1/4/2013, it is 15% of sum. Normally it is 20% if it is before and 15% if it is afterwards. For normal cases, what is the limit, sir? 20, 10%. And person with disability, 20 and 15. But only in 1 year it is 10% of sum assured, which is the year 2012-13. Now let us say Dilip has policies. Dilip has following policies. I have taken a policy for myself, my spouse, and my children. For myself, I am paying I took the policy in the year 2008, spouse 2014, and 2019 for my child. The sum assured of the policy is 3 lakhs, 5 lakhs, and 10 lakhs. 3 lakhs, 5 lakhs, and 10 lakhs. And my premium which I have paid is 50,000, 75,000, 1 lakh. Tell me how much deduction can I claim? How much deduction can be claimed by me? Solve, students. $2,10,000. Alright, see the provision is written over here. How much deduction can I claim? Premium or limit, whichever is less. Limit also is written. You tell the answer also, sir. You write the exam also, sir.
So 1,10,000.
1,10,000 one answer I have received. 2 lakh rupees one answer I have received. First, I should find the limit. What is the limit? 2008 policy. So it will be 20% of 3 lakhs, which is up to 60,000. 5 lakhs ka 10%, 50,000. 2019 it is 10%, so 1 lakh rupees. So now how much deduction can I claim? Sir, premium or limit, whichever is less, 50,000. Premium or limit, whichever is less, 50,000. Premium or limit, whichever is less. 2 lakh rupees is the total eligible amount. Correct, no? How much can I claim? Only 1.5 lakh rupees. Why, sir? ATC limit is only 1.5 lakh rupees. Under ATC, maximum deduction which I can claim is how much, sir? 1,50,000 rupees. I am eligible for 2 lakhs. My eligibility is 2 lakh rupees, but how much can I claim? Only 1.5 lakh rupees. Yeah, okay. Now, if you see this question, see, when you are reading the question, nowhere you will come to know what is happening in life. If you see this, they are telling life insurance premium for her spouse, 10% of sum assured, which is 24,000 rupees. Okay. Now, of course, they have not given how much is my life insurance policy amount, etc. Directly, they are telling she is paying how much? 10% of sum assured, which is within the limit. If they would have not given, I would have subtracted. If they have given also, I will subtract. If they have given the limit and somewhere they have given over here that the sum assured of the policy is whatever amount they have given, then I should compare whether 24,000 is within the 10% or not within the 10%. Now they have specifically told it is 10% of sum assured. How much can I subtract? Fully you subtract. Is it clear? In ATC, majorly asked question is life insurance premium and provident fund. Is it clear? Any doubt in this? Whatever we have discussed. Now, in life, with respect to life insurance, this is not yet done. What is the extra point, sir? Now, note number 1. Note number 1. If premium amount is more than the limit, if the premium amount is more than limit of 10%, 20% or 15%, then if the premium amount is more than the limit of 10%, 20% or 50%, then the amount received on maturity, of the policy is fully taxable. I'll just prepare a chart for this. Exemption under section 1010D. Sometimes this point will come under other sources. Exemption under section 1010D. Amount received on maturity of policy by policy holder. So one case, amount can be received by policy holder upon maturity of the policy. Shruti, no, you cannot carry forward deduction. Or amount is received on death of policy holder by nominee. Amount is received by the nominee upon death of the policy holder. Now, if the amount is received upon death of policy holder, whatever amount is received is always exempt. Under which section? 1010D. Whatever amount you are receiving is always exempt under section 1010D. But if the amount is received on maturity of the policy by the policyholder, then 2 arrow marks. If the amount is received on maturity, then 2 arrow marks. Premium paid is within the limit. Premium paid is within the limit. Premium paid is more than the limit. Premium is normally paid during the term of the policy. If the premium is paid, whatever premium is paid, if it is within the limit, lawmaker says, maja panna, the amount received on maturity will be exempt. Amount received on maturity is exempt. Maturity, amount received on maturity, if the premium paid is within the limit, amount received on maturity is exempt. Sir, if the premium paid is more than the limit and exempt under section what, sir? 1010D. If the amount premium paid is more than the limit during the term of policy, then it is amount received is fully taxable. Amount received is fully taxable. Now, if it is taxable, it will be taxable under which head? IFOS. Next, public provident fund. Next, we have what, sir? Public provident fund. What do you mean by public provident fund? What do you mean by public provident fund? Like we have discussed something about employee provident fund. That fund is only for employees. If you are working somewhere, then as an employee, that benefit or that fund is created for your welfare. For employee ka welfare, that fund is created. Employee ka provident fund. Public provident fund, I am not working anywhere, but still I want to take the benefit of provident fund. Lawmaker says, no problem, I will give you the benefit. If you are not working anywhere and if you still want to take the benefit of provident fund, I will give you that benefit. You directly make an investment in a fund called as public provident fund. So for example, tomorrow, if you once you become a company secretary, if you start your own practice, you will not have recognized provident fund or statutory provident fund because you're not working anywhere. But still, if you want to take the benefit of provident fund, you can go to a bank and open an account called as PPF account, public provident fund account. Your first question, I'm repeating once again, your first question which is there, that will have 3 adjustments, 2 adjustments, 4 adjustments only with respect to deductions. Okay, so you should be very careful. Unless until you know deduction, you will not be able to answer. You can take any attempts question, but deduction point will always be there. Public provident fund. Now, I can make who can make contribution, sir? Who can make contribution? Either an individual can make the contribution or HUF can make the contribution. Individual can make it for himself, spouse or children. HUF can make the contribution for members of HUF. So if this happens, then deduction is allowed. Now, how much is the deduction allowed for making contribution in provident fund? Deduction under section 80C is amount contributed by you. Whatever amount is contributed, or ATC ka limit. What is the limit of ATC? Whichever is less. Please note, ATC limit is applicable for everything combined together. Now, sometimes what happens is, so basically, whatever amount you are contributing to PPF, that will be allowed as deduction. Compare that with ATC limit. Now, PPF, the beauty of PPF is, whatever amount you are investing in PPF, no, that is allowed as deduction under section ATC. Now, this PPF will give interest. This PPF will give you interest. This interest which you are earning on PPF is exempt. Whatever amount you are getting from the investment, that will be allowed as deduction, and whatever interest you are earning, that will be exempt. Okay, that will be exempt. So interest on PPF, normally interest from saving bank account, interest from securities, they are all taxable, but interest from PPF is always exempt. This point we have written under other sources also. Sir, okay sir, I make contribution to public provident fund, I'll get deduction sir, but sir, as an employee, I make the contribution to statutory provident fund, recognized provident fund, approved superannuation fund. Will I get deduction for this also? If you remember, I told you employee ka contribution ignore, you will get deduction under ATC, something like this I have written. So whatever employee is contributing, no, whatever contribution employee is making, his contribution he can claim deduction. We told salary you ignore under salary. Nothing, you will get no benefit under salary, you just ignore under salary. But for whatever contribution is making, he will get deduction under ATC. Now, sir, what if I contribute to unrecognized provident fund? Note, contribution to unrecognized provident fund or unapproved fund, unapproved superannuation fund is not allowed as deduction. Only if the fund is approved, you will get the deduction. If the fund is not approved, you will not get any deduction. Contribution to unapproved funds is not allowed as deduction. Then, if you are taking in a home loan, you will be paying EMI for that loan. If you are taking a home loan, you will be paying EMI. That EMI which you are paying on home loan, for that home loan, whatever interest is there, no, that interest is allowed as deduction over there. Where, sir? Under house property, deduction is allowed for interest. Now, lawmaker says, I will give you deduction for principal repayment also. Under which section, sir? Under this section. Principal repayment of housing loan. Whenever you are paying EMI, loan EMI you pay, that EMI will have two components in it. One is interest component, one is principal component. So that interest component will be covered under income from house property, and principal component will be covered over here. Principal repayment of housing loan, including stamp duty charges and registration charges. Principal repayment of housing loan, including stamp duty charges and registration charges. This is available only if the housing loan is taken for residential house property. Only if the housing loan is taken for what's a residential house property. And the loan is taken from any bank or financial institution. Loan is taken for what property, sir? Residential house property. Loan is taken from any bank or financial institution, and loan is taken for construction or purchase of house property. Renovation, all those things are not covered. Principal repayment of house property, including stamp duty paid by you. Residential house property should be there. Loan should be from bank or financial institution. Loan should be for construction or purchase of the house property. If these conditions are satisfied, then only we'll get the benefit. Principal repayment of housing loan. This is D. This is in. Then other things which are covered over here. Other contributions covered under
the limit of
principal. No. Everything is maximum. Everything combined together, maximum you can claim only 1 point. Everything combined together. These are not separate things. They are all one section only. Under one section only we are discussing all this. Other contributions covered under ATC, meaning other places where you contribute the money, you will get the benefit. If you are putting money where, sir? In national saving certificate. If you are putting the money where, sir? In NABARD bonds. If you are putting money where, sir? In senior citizen saving scheme or senior citizen savings certificates. Savings scheme. If you are putting money in ELSS, equity linked saving schemes, or you are putting money in unit linked insurance policy, or you are putting money in pension scheme of any mutual fund or any unit trust of India, or you are putting money in Sukanya Samriddhi Yojana, you are putting money where, sir? In Sukanya Samriddhi Yojana, or you are putting money in fixed deposit. Or you are putting money where, sir? Fixed deposits. Amount invested or ATC limit, whichever is lower. Yes, Bhagya. Now please note, deduction all combined together is maximum 1,50,000. Whatever you have written, everything combined together is maximum 1,50,000. All the points which you have written under ATC. Five years or more. Hey, one more I forgot. Tuition fees. Tuition fees. Tuition fees means your school fees. I mean, normally when you pay your school fees, no, it will have different components. Building fund, it will be books related, library fees, etc. In that, one of the first component is called as tuition fees. If you are paying 1 lakh rupees fees, no, tuition fees will be only 60,000. Other amount, building fees, library fees, transportation charges, etc., those will be remaining 40,000. I can claim only tuition fees. Tuition fees for maximum 2 children, you can claim the deduction. And education which is there should be happening in India. Education should be happening in India, and it should be a full-time education. Education should be in India, and it should be a full-time education. Tuition fees. Next section. Section 80cc C. Pension scheme of sir, what is unit linked insurance policy? Insurance policy linked to your stock market, meaning the returns of which will be based on the performance of market. It is linked to units like mutual fund units or etc. 80cc C. Pension scheme of life insurance corporation or any other insurance company. Pension scheme of any insurance company. Pension scheme of life insurance corporation or any insurance company. Benefit of this is available to an individual if he makes contribution to any pension scheme. See, normally what used to happen before was, if you were a government employee, no, after your retirement from government job, you used to get a pension. Till you died, you used to get a pension. Now that pension has been removed, that pension system has been removed. If you are joining for any government job after 2008 or 2012, some time is there, you will not get any pension. But if you want the pension, you can still get the pension by making investment. So 80C says you make the investment in mutual fund ka pension scheme of any mutual fund or unit trust of India. Similarly, 80cc C is telling you purchase any pension scheme of any insurance company, life insurance company, etc. Then also you will be covered over here. Individual contribution to pension scheme. Individual contribution to what, sir? Pension scheme. Pension scheme of what? Pension scheme of life insurance corporation or any other insurance company. Any insurance company's pension scheme you are taking. You will get deduction maximum. How much will you get, sir? Maximum deduction which you are going to get will be rupees 1,50,000. Maximum deduction you are going to get is 1,50,000. Under 80cc, maximum deduction, how much will you get? 1,50,000. 1,50,000 rupees maximum deduction you will get. ADCCC 80 CCD contribution to pension scheme of central government. This is government pension scheme. Contribution to pension scheme of contribution to pension scheme. Which pension scheme? National pension scheme. National pension scheme or to central government pension scheme, contribution to what, sir? National pension scheme, central government pension scheme, or Atal pension yojana. Basically they are all government pension scheme. Like we have life insurance companies, their pension schemes we have, these are government pension scheme. Before, what used to happen was, if you were a government employee, no, the government only while paying you salary, they were reducing some amount of your salary and putting money into this account, and therefore you were getting that pension, whatever pension you were getting. Now, how much deduction will you get? Maximum deduction which you are going to get under this is 1,50,000 per annum. Maximum deduction which you are going to get is how much, sir? 1.5 lakh rupees, 1,50,000 rupees. Now, if you remember, under salary, we had written a point called as ATCCD pension. If you see components of salary, ATCCD pensions we had written, and I had not discussed that over there, because we are going to discuss over here. Now, benefit is available to whom, sir? Either you are a salaried employee, so the person who is taking benefit under this section can be divided into two categories. Either you are a salaried employee or you are any other person. Any other individual means what, sir? Those individuals who are not covered under salary. If you are not a salaried employee, you are a salaried employee, that means you are working somewhere and you are receiving salary. You are not a salaried employee. Now, if you are not a salaried employee, I'll discuss first. How much deduction can he claim, sir? Now, please note, you are making contribution to these funds. These are different funds. Whatever you have seen till now, there are different funds created by government for our benefit. You make contribution, you'll get the benefit. So, if you are not a salaried employee, you will get deduction. Deduction is given under a section called as section 80CCD1. And how much deduction will you get? The deduction which you are going to get is amount contributed or 20% of gross total income, whichever is less. How much deduction will you get? Amount contributed or 20% of gross total income, or 20% of gross total income, whichever is less. Meaning, whatever amount you are putting in this pension scheme, central government pension scheme, or whatever gross total income you have, uska 20%. Uska 20% is the limit, whichever is less. You will get deduction under which section? 80CCD 1. But if you are a salaried employee, then contribution is made by employee and contribution is made by employer. Please note, if you are a salaried employee, then there is a fund. What is the name of this fund? National pension scheme. Employee can put the money, employer can put the money. The same thing which we studied over there. Who can put the money? Employee can put the money, employer can put the money. For employee ka contribution, employee can claim deduction under section 80CCD 1, and for employer ka contribution, employee can claim deduction under section 80CCD 2. For employee account, his own contribution, he will claim deduction under section called as 80CCD 1. Please note, 80CCD 1, if you see here also it is 80CCD 1. Here also I am going to write 80CCD 1. 80CCD 1 is for my own contribution. Here employee himself is contributing. Here the assessee himself is contributing. Deduction under 80CCD 2 is for what, sir? Employer ka contribution. Will they have 80CCD 2? No. Why? Because they don't have employer. They are normal people. Now, the contribution in this fund can be made by employee or the employer. Contribution can be made by employee or the employer. Now, who are you? Are you a salaried employee? Yes. Have you made the contribution? Yes. Then, your own contribution, his own contribution, deduction allowed is your contribution or 10% of salary, whichever is less. Deduction allowed under section 80 CCD 1. Your contribution or 10% of salary, whichever is less. Your contribution or 10% of salary, whichever is less. Now for employer ka contribution, first add it to salary. Employer ka contribution, first you please add it to salary and then deduction is allowed. Under section 80 CCD 2. Meaning when employer is contributing the money in this fund, what will you do with this contribution made by employer? Whatever salary is there, add in that salary. Whatever salary is there, please add that money in that salary and then you give the deduction. Where you give the deduction with him? How much deduction will I give? How much deduction should I give, sir? Give a deduction of whatever employer has contributed or 14% of salary, whichever is less. Whatever he has contributed or 14% of salary, whichever is lulu less. Whatever your contribution is there of 14% of salary, whichever is less. CCD, other people amount contributed or 20% of gross total income. For salaried employee, your own contribution, whatever contribution is there or 10% of salary. And for employer contribution, whatever contribution is there or 14% of salary, whichever is less. But employer contribution will first be added to your salary, then only deduction will be allowed. Okay, not okay? Now, we have studied how many sections? Section 80C, Section 80CCC and Section 80CCD. Individually, what is the limit of these sections? Meaning separately I can claim 1,50,000 under each sections. Correct? Now these sections, no, this section 80C, 80CCC, 80CCD has a father. This section has a father. What is the name of the father, sir? The name of the father is 80CCE. 80C, 80CCC, 80CCD has a father. What is the name of the father? 80CCE. This father says the maximum which you can claim deduction under section 80C, CCC, 80CCD combined together the maximum deduction which you can claim under these sections all combined together is how much, sir? 1,50,000 is maximum deduction allowed under all the sections. A, please note, maximum deduction allowed under all the section combined together. Use this section. Meaning individually though you have 1.5 lakhs, collectively also you have how much? 1.5 lakhs. Individually you have 1.5 lakhs, collectively also the maximum deduction which you can claim altogether is 1.5 lakhs. 80 CCD 1 I'll write. Only for your own contribution. Employer contribution, that is so separately given. You are adding it, no? That is separately given. But you get extra benefit of 50,000 if you make a contribution to pension scheme. This benefit will be given under section 80 CCD 1B. I'll repeat once again. Please note, for employers the contribution, whatever I have written is not applicable. This is applicable only for your own contribution. ATC, who makes the contribution, you make the contribution. CCC, who makes the contribution, you make the contribution. CCD1, who makes the contribution, you make the contribution. So all of them combined together, how much is the limit available to you? 1,50,000. But if you have contributed money to ATCCD pension scheme, your own contribution will get extra 50,000. Meaning, so total deduction which you can claim is what, sir? 1.5 lakhs plus 50,000. But this 50,000 will be allowed only if you are putting the money in 80cc D1. Now there is one more section. You don't have to know about this. I'll just tell you, don't write also. Section 80cc H. Now just now you studied about 80ccd. Just now we have studied about 80ccd. Say just like that, copy paste provision is there under section 80ccd H. Now what 80ccd H is telling, this is for only military people. Okay. Now government few years back they had got a scheme called as Agnipath scheme. They had got a scheme called as what's an Agnipath scheme, based on which those people, the youth of India, they had objected a lot that we don't have job, etc. Therefore, government had got this scheme called as Agnipath scheme. Based on this scheme, what will happen is, youths of India, whoever is interested to join Indian Army, can join Indian Army. So you can join your Indian Army. You join your Indian Army. So if you join the Indian Army during under that scheme, these peoples were called as Agniveers. So you can join Indian Army, wherein we will of course pay some money. Now whatever money we are paying, no, 30% of that will be contributed to a fund called as Agniveer fund. It will be contributed to a fund called as what's Agniveer fund. So if you are an army employee, if you are a soldier, then whatever salary you are getting, 30% of that should be compulsory contributed to a fund called as Agniveer fund, and same amount will be contributed by your army also. Indian Army also will contribute same amount of fund, same amount. Say 30% you are contributing, equal amount of contribution will be made by the Indian Army. Now the people who have joined the job under this Agniveer fund, they were allotted job only for 4 years. Meaning you are working for India only for a period of 4 years. So after 4 years, they are supposed to leave the job. Now why Indian government did that? This they did because they wanted to give some biscuit to people, telling, yeah, if you want a job, you join Indian Army. By this, lot of people joined Indian Army. Now, second important thing which happened because of that is, those who were good at their work, they were kept. Those who were not good at their work, they were thrown out of the army. Now, but 4 years so compulsory you get the money, you will get the job, and whatever salary you are getting, 30% of this will be contributed to this fund called as Agniveer fund. So after 4 years, let us say a person was earning 1 lakh rupees, 30% is contributed, that means 30,000 is his contribution. Equal amount of contribution is going to be made by Indian Army also, into 4 years into 12 months, because one in a year how many months is there? 60,000 into 28 lakhs 80,000 rupees is the total money which is a corpus created for that person who has worked for 4 years. I'm just taking an amount. Now this will be given to you throughout your lifetime as a pension. If you want, you can withdraw the lump sum, or you can take, let us say you want this amount for a period of next 40 years, divided by 40 years divided by 12 months. Every month you will get 6,000 rupees in your house. So by that what happened, sir? I now started getting a recurring income. So those who have joined and left the job, they got now recurring income. Now they cannot say, no, I don't have money, I don't have a job, etc. So this kind of fund was created. Now what is this point telling? Whatever contribution is made by the soldier, the employee, for that he will get a deduction under section 80cc H1. Whatever is contribution is made by the employer, they will get a deduction under section 80ccd H2. Basically it is exactly copy paste of 80ccd, but this is only for army people. Not relevant from exam point of view, they will not ask. 80C, just have a look. 80C series, have a look. Anyone has any question, please ask me.
Sir, I have this notes on you wrote 80ccd 1B something.
Yeah.
Actually, the 14% employees' contribution is not applied under this 80cc. Then what is that? 80ccd 1B.
Now, if you are making a, no, employer ka contribution is not applicable, I told, not employee. Now, if you are making a contribution to pension scheme, normally the limit of all this together is 1.5 lakhs. But if you are making a contribution to pension scheme, you will get extra 50,000. So total benefit which you can claim is 2 lakhs. No, sir, I have not made any contribution to 80ccd fund. I have just made contribution to CC and CCC 1 lakh. Next, 80D, another important section, very important. D for medical. 80D, D for medical. If you are taking what, sir? Medical insurance. If you are taking what, sir? Medical insurance, or if you are taking health insurance. If you are taking medical insurance or health insurance, then you will be paying medical insurance premium or health insurance premium. For that, I will give you deduction. If you are taking insurance, medical insurance, if you are taking insurance, medical insurance, or if you are taking health insurance, so many limits are there. Any shortcut to remember? Just remember. We have not even started. And what is there in the law? I am just taking maybe 40% of that. It's just 40%. If you see the material, they have given some 50,000 items. See 80C1. So we'll just count, okay? CCC, CCD, CCH, D, DD, DDB, E, EE, EEA, EEB, G, GG, GGA, GGB, GGC, 80 IA series. I have not written on the IA series. Something which you study in final. IA, IAB, B, C, AC, BA, ATC, ID, EA, JJ, A, JJ, AA, 80, LA, MP, PA, QQB, QQR, 80 TTA, TTB, 80U, 87, 87A. So anyways, we have studied. Yeah, this is the something which we have seen. So many things are there in life. What to do? How to remember? Remember. You want to become company secretary? Hey, that is why where that role comes. Which role? When I say that you study only these sections. These are something which you have to. You take out any question paper, it will be normally those things only. ATD, medical insurance or health insurance. Medical insurance or health insurance premium you are paying, or you have contributed money to any central government ka health scheme. You are contributing money to what, sir? CGHS means central government ka health scheme. Sir, what do you mean by 10% of salary? Correct, yeah. Over here, salary means basic plus DA incomes. That is not this. This same thing we had written under our business income also. For employer ka contribution, he can claim a deduction. 14% of salary he can claim. Okay. Medical insurance or health insurance premium, or you're contributing money to central government health scheme, or you're contributing money where, sir, to preventive health checkup. You're doing a preventive health checkup of yourself. Or you're paying money for medical treatment of some senior citizen. ATD. Here what they are going to ask is medical insurance premium or preventive health checkup. Normally these are the two things which they'll test, and mostly it is medical insurance or health insurance premium. ATD. You are either taking health insurance for yourself, you'll be paying health insurance premium, or you are contributing money to central government health scheme. Not everyone can contribute, only central government employees can contribute. So this is ruled out. Preventive health checkup. Preventive health checkup, you are doing some test, body test, etc. to make sure that your health is all right, or you are doing any medical treatment for senior citizen. Now who am I? I am an individual. I am an individual. I can claim the benefit for taking the policy for myself, my spouse, my dependent child, and my parents. Individual is taking policy for himself. Individual is taking policy for himself. Individual is taking policy for his spouse, his dependent child, and his parents. And HUF is taking policy for members of HUF. HUF is taking policy for whom, sir? Members of HUF. Then they can claim deduction over here. Again, important section. Now, how much is the deduction? For whom have you taken the policy? You have taken the policy for yourself, your spouse, and dependent child. For them, there is one limit, and for parents, there is a separate limit applicable. You have taken the policy for yourself, spouse, and dependent child, and you have taken the policy for your parents. For self, spouse, dependent child, there is a limit, and for parents, there is a separate limit. For self, spouse, and dependent child, the limit is, deduction which you can claim is 25,000 per annum. How much deduction can you claim? 25,000 rupees per annum. And for your parents, if you have taken the policy for parents, then you can separately claim a deduction of 25,000. Okay, so you can claim a deduction of 25,000 for yourself, and your parents you can take separate 25,000. So totally how much you can claim? 50,000 rupees. For yourself you can claim 25, and for parents you can claim 25. So under 80D, how much can you claim? 50,000 rupees. Now, let us say any one of your parent or both of your parent is a senior citizen. Any one of them or both of them is a senior citizen. Then along with this 25,000, you can claim extra 25,000. If your parents, both or anyone is a senior citizen, then you can claim extra 25,000. Meaning how much will be available now? 75,000. If no one is senior citizen, 50,000. You have to have taken policy only for yourself, 25,000. If you have taken the policy for your self and parents, 50,000. If they are senior citizen, 75,000. Now, if you or your spouse or your child, any one of you, any one among you is a senior citizen, then you can claim extra how much, sir? 25,000. If you guys, any one of you are senior citizen, then the lawmakers are telling you can claim extra 25,000. So basically, normally you will get 50,000. Maximum you can claim is 1 lakh. Normally you get 50,000. Maximum you can claim 1 lakh. This is for your medical insurance, mediclaim policy which you are taking. Now, here there is no differentiation of super senior citizen. Senior citizen means 60 plus, that every person is covered under senior citizen. ये हो क्या? Example, Agnipath. Dilip has taken a policy for himself, 10,000. My spouse, I have taken a policy for which, this is the premium amount which I am paying. Premium I am paying 15,000. My dependent daughter 1, 7.5. Dependent daughter 2, 7.5. And non-dependent son, 10,000. How much deduction? This is the premium which I am paying for myself and my children. How much deduction can I claim? How much deduction can I claim? 75,000 you are telling. 25,000. Sir, this son to this Gube to you ignore, sir, because he is not dependent on you. Correct? You take only the dependent people. Who are dependent on you? These people. So what is the total amount which you are paying? 15 plus 15, 30,000. But maximum you can claim is how much? Though you are paying 30,000, you can claim maximum how much, sir? 30,000 under 80. Example number 2. Dilip, 33 years, 12,000. Dilip, 33 years, 12,000. Spouse, 62 years, 21,000. Hey, why are you laughing, Gubes? Step dependent daughter, 28 years, 15,000. Now laugh. That dependent daughter, our own daughter, who is 3-year-old, how much, sir? 10,000. Tell me, Gube. Every person has a different taste in their life. Sugar mother, sugar mommy. Arey Gube, you are thinking about mommy only. I am thinking about daughter. Stepdaughter, buy one get one. She is only 28-year-old.
46,000 deduction.
Who pays you? Tell me the answer. You. Why are you worried about me, my marriage, my wife, my children's? 46,000. One answer I have received. 50,000. One more answer I have received.
Split this.
Bhagya says 46,000. 50,000. Now please note, they'll all be covered under one category only. They'll all be covered under one category only, meaning the first category. So how much have I paid? Total paid is how much? 58,000. How much deduction can I claim under ATD? I can claim for myself, correct? My spouse, my stepdaughter who is dependent on me, and my own daughter who is dependent on me. So how much, sir? 58,000 total I have paid. Maximum I can claim is only
50,000.
50,000. Why 50,000, sir? Because
Seniors.
my wife is senior citizen. Okay. Example number 3. Dilip, age is 33 years. Now, please note, don't get emotional with these examples, okay? One Go-based student is there. I'll tell, first you write this. My spouse age is what, sir? 62 years. I have taken policy for my father, 65 years. And also my mother, age is 60 years. I have taken policy for all these people. I am paying a premium of 10,000, 30,000, 30,000 and 30,000. Now, I wrote this example in one class, okay? One girl, Tarkuri, I don't know what happened to her. And Goobe is telling, sir, something she told, I forgot that word, some word, English word she used, okay? Sir, what, sir, you something she used. I think you don't have sense, you are getting married to a person who is older than your mother. Alright, this is my example. Okay. My mother is 2 years older than your wife, sir. Example, please. Something she told, chi or something she told, okay, the word she used. Please don't get emotional. This is just example. And even if I get married, what is your problem? Tell me the answer, Gube. How much exemption can I claim? Some students are there. They don't take example as example. How much is exempt? See, me and my spouse are in one category. How much am I paying? My parents, how much am I paying? How much can I claim? 40,000 or 50,000, whichever is less. 60,000 or 50,000, whichever is less. So total how much, sir? 90,000 rupees is the total deduction which can be claimed by. Okay. How much deduction can I claim? 90,000. Yeah, please note. If someone is senior citizen, you will get extra 25,000. They are not telling per policy you should pay premium 25,000. Premium can be 1 lakh rupees also. If someone is senior, you will get extra 25,000. It does not matter how much is the premium amount. I should not take premium amount. I get because one of the person is senior citizen. Now the limit of 50,000 is applicable to me. How much am I paying? 40,000. I'll claim 40,000. Note. One point is talking about medical expenditure. Please note. Please note very important point, which I did not tell only. Medical insurance premium is allowed as reduction. Medical insurance premium is allowed as reduction if the premium is paid by any mode. If the premium is paid by any mode other than cash. This deduction will be allowed only if you are paying the premium by any mode other than cash. By any mode other than case. Case pannu turtu money. Okay. medical insurance premium. Now, please note, medical treatment we are talking. We are talking about an expenditure called as medical treatment expenditure. We are talking about an expenditure called as what's a medical treatment expenditure. Now, they are telling for medical treatment expenditure, what lawmakers are telling? For medical treatment expenditure, the deduction is allowed only for senior citizen, meaning if I incur expenses for medical treatment of a senior citizen who does not have health insurance, then you can claim deduction over here. How much, sir? Maximum 50,000 rupees. You are incurring expenditure for health insurance of a senior citizen. You are incurring expenditure for health insurance of a senior citizen who does not have what? Who does not have health insurance. Maximum 50,000 rupees. Now, lawmakers are telling in this limit only, in this 25,000, 50,000, that in that limit only, there is an extra limit which is there. There is an extra benefit which you can claim within that limit, which is with respect to preventive health checkup. You are doing a health checkup, you can claim deduction of how much, sir? 5,000 rupees. So, for example, if I have paid a policy of a health insurance policy premium of 18,000 rupees, I can claim extra 5,000 rupees as preventive health checkup. Okay. So, the total, is it within that limit of 25,000? Yes, it is within limit. 18 plus 5 is 23,000. Preventive health checkup, if a person is doing, he can claim 5,000 rupees deduction. This preventive health checkup he is doing for himself, his spouse or dependent child. Section 80D is done. Now I'll go back to this question. Sir, again you are going back to same question, sir. Why, sir? Now please see. Now if you read this question, I think in this question, this part there is no information. This part we'll see. Now if you see over here, payments you see, salary paid, rent paid, housing loan repaid. Now please see. Now tell me the question, nowhere in the question they will tell you what I am talking about. They have told you housing loan repaid, interest is 80,000 rupees. So can I say balance amount of 1,08,000? Balance amount of 1,08,000 is my principal. So 80C is coming into picture. Correct, no? Then where is the other point? Now if you see, next point talks about what's that? Life insurance premium. How much is life insurance premium? 24,000. Can I say again 80C is coming into picture? Motor car purchase they have given. Medical insurance premium. Can I say someone is coming into picture? 80D. Medical insurance premium for herself and husband through mobile phone. Mobile UPI is okay. Other than cash it should be. Books, publications, then public provident fund subscription for own. Can I say this also will come under 80C? And motor car. Then there are no other things. So how much is the deduction which she can claim under 80C? 1,08,000, 24,000, 20,000. Total is 1,50,000. 8 is how much? 16. It should be 56.
52,000. You can claim 1 lakh.
1,50,000. But how much can I claim maximum? 1 lakh. And can I say this is full amount of 18,000 under APD? Correct? Yeah, are you understanding? You take out any question, okay? You see, We'll give CS executive question paper. We'll go to June 25 we saw. Before that, hey, why only June is coming? December 24 I'll go. Where is my paper? Tax law and practices session 24. This one only, no? I'll go to the first question. Now here also they have given some receipts and payments. I'll just see the payments. Remuneration ignore. Assistant salary, municipal taxes, installment paid for housing loan. Can I say exactly same question? December they had a similar question. They have insurance interest component is how much? 48,000. So how much will go to principal? 52,000 rupees. Write somewhere 52,000 rupees. 52,000 rupees plus interest paid to partners, advance tax paid, purchase of medical instrument, administrative expenses. Then total depreciation, rent paid, municipal taxes paid, okay, salary of 15,000, interest paid. The firm has 100 ... some stories they have given. Meaning in this question, can I say there was only one adjustment, which was with respect to what, sir? Housing loan repayment. That is principal amount. There is no other thing in this question. Similarly, I'll go to one more question. So now see, now you should not be disappointed, sir. I have studied so hard, but they asked only one question in life. That is life. Hey, how do I go? Okay, back I should go correct. June paper. June paper. Can I say this is the paper? 527. Now here they have given something they have given you. Lunch, dearness allowance, medical allowance, children allowance, house rent allowance, contribution to public provident fund. See here they have given contribution to public provident fund. How much, sir? 1 lakh for own account and 40,000 each for 2 minor childs. So how much she has contributed? 1,80,000. How much can she claim? 1,50,000 rupees. Interest from saving bank. We will study about this. We will see. Study about this. We have not studied. You have studied. Rent from arrears, gift, sold, vacate land, deposited in capital gain bonds, cost of inflation index. So here also there is only one question, one adjustment. Okay, now you will be studying so much, but they are asking only one. Nothing can be done, no? This attempt will see basic salary, dearness allowance, fixed as HRA, club expenses, residence, 2 children study, 2 children of Vijay study in the school run by company. Okay, this is with respect. Now, here also they are telling housing loan 34 lakhs for purchase of the house for self-residence, stamp duty value of the house, property, etc. Principal amount they have given 1,22,000 rupees. Vehicle loan 18 lakh rupees for purchase of new electric vehicle. This was an amendment which came in that year. We will study about that. And paid 9,000 rupees to political party contribution. This is contribution donation which you are making. We will see that. Okay. So here also if you see ATC, one point is there. Whatever sections I have made you mark, those are the sections which you should know. Yes. Okay, you should not miss out those sections. No sir, that also I'll do time pass and go in live. June exam will come. 80D is done. 80D. From next time when you are preparing for your finals, at least make sure that 6 months before your examination, all your classes are over. If you want to clear your examination genuinely, 6 months before your examination, your classes should be over. Now, if it is getting over 1 month before your examination, of course, it is not because of institute mistake, it is because you have taken the classes like that. 6 months before, if it is getting over, no, and if you don't say now after one attempt, like this attempt you are writing, by any chance, if you don't clear the exam, you will be demotivated. And the demotivation, the main reason for demotivation is because you have not completed the syllabus before. At least 3 months you should give for your own self-study. No? You're not giving only. So make sure, but finals at least I'm telling now. So okay, you will anyways manage and clear. At least 6 months before your examination you clear, because that is the last stage of life. After that, what is there? Your CS. So at least 6 months before your examination you complete your syllabus and then attempt. Then if you are attending, no, the chances of you failing will be very less. Because if you have 6 months time, you will study, because you know there is no other place where I have to go. After this, it is only this examination. Why did you tell this now, sir? Because a thought came in my mind. When you have 6 months period, no, you have time to see the question papers also, what type of questions they are asking in the question paper, and accordingly you can prepare. Now what will happen, you know, whatever faculty is teaching you, that only you will prepare and go to the examination. Nothing else. You will not see what is the pattern of question paper, whether, meaning faculty when he is teaching, you would have there are 20 chapters, you would have taught all the 20 chapters. But actually, is it important for me to study all the 20 chapters? There are two types of students. One, a person who is doing 100% study, meaning he'll study whatever syllabus course, whatever is there, everything he'll study. Okay. So if now if he's studying everything, what will happen is, will he be able to write everything is the question. Normally, it is not possible for us to write complete the paper. Now I know in my examination is for 100 marks. Okay. And in my examination, they'll ask 15 marks plus in GST, I think 8 marks or maybe 15 marks. In GST also 15 marks. 130 marks extra question they'll ask. Meaning the question, total question which is asked in the examination is for how many marks? 130 marks. But you are supposed to attend only for 100 marks. Now this, you will be able to analyze what to study, what not to study if you have good amount of time. See, if I take up any question paper, I'll take up, let us say the latest paper which happened was this June examination paper. Now, if you see, I have one question which is double question, correct? Question number 4 and 4A, correct? So you have 15 marks question plus 15 marks extra you have. Similarly, you have under, is that also for 15 marks only? Yeah, question number 16 is also for 15 marks. So your question paper is for how many marks? 130 marks. 130 marks, you are supposed to attend how many marks? 100 marks. Sir, how will I come to know which question will be easy, which question will be difficult? You should never study in that manner. Sir, see, I had a friend called as Ankit, okay? He was one person, throughout his life he has got rank only, all India rank, etc. Meaning rank in the sense in school examination. We have this 10th standard, 12th standard, he got rank, state rank holder he was. Now he was a person who always used to tell me, Dilip, do 100% study because we don't know what is going to come in the examination. But I am a person who cannot do 100% because I know I will not be able to write only. The maximum which I can write in examination is 80 marks. If it is a practical paper, theory paper, so it is around 60-65 marks only. I know about myself. You should be knowing about yourself. How will you know? When you are writing something, you know your speed. No, I am writing little slow. Which are you writing slow? Theory are you writing slow or practical you are writing slow? So sometimes what happens is practical, it is not about your slow. In practical, thinking will come. Am I able to think fast or not? Am I able to link the provision? Okay, as soon as this came, interest on housing loan, the interest amount will go to house property, principal amount will go to ATC. If you can think fast, practical is easy. But in theory, you will have to write. Now, I know I cannot write more than 80 marks. Let us ignore the 60 marks. I know I cannot write more than 80 marks. So if I am preparing for examination, I know 130 marks questions they are going to ask, out of which I can attend only 80 marks. Difference is how much, sir? 50 marks. If I am studying 100%, I am studying 50 marks, which I am not going to attend only. I see, if you know about yourself, okay, I'm just talking about myself. I'm talking about myself, okay. Based on this, you should plan your studies also, depending upon your pros and cons, strengths, weakness, etc. I know that 50 marks I will not be able to write at all in the examination. When I know I cannot write this, why should I study this? If I study this, if I don't study this, whatever time is left over with me, I can put it for revising the same thing again and again. One thing, if you do for 10 times, your expertise will be more. When compared to you have done 10 things one time. That is common sense. Everyone knows that. Correct? No? Something when I first started cooking, no, first time when I prepared it, I was worst in cooking, but now I am expert. Now, when you ask me to cook, I will cook better than your mother's. So that good I have become. Why? Because I am cooking from so many years. Just like that, if you study something, for one time, you will definitely know about it, but you just know about it. But in examination, knowing is not sufficient. When you are reading, you oh, I have studied this point. Yeah, this is there, this is there. That is there is not relevant over there. Whether you know how to find the answer because of that reason, that is important. Now, see why I am telling this is 50 marks if I am studying, that is something which I am not going to attend at all. Why to waste my time? I have only 45 days with me. I have only 60 days with me. I know that. Allot my time in that manner wherein I can complete maximum syllabus. And more than that, revise it at least 2 or 3 times before exam. When you are preparing your whatever that timetable, you should make it in that a way that you should revise 2 or 3 times. That is compulsion. So please plan your studies accordingly. Okay. Now some students will be there, no sir, I'll study 100%. Very good. That is your style of learning. But those students who are not someone who will be able to complete 100%, don't panic in your life. My only intention of telling this is don't panic. No problem if you are not able to complete the entire syllabus. Complete that much, how much you can write in the examination. And when you are completing that, complete that 100%. You are completing 100% of the syllabus and having only 50-60% knowledge of that syllabus, you will fail. But you are studying only for 60% or 70% of the syllabus or 80% of the syllabus, but you have 100% knowledge of that, you will still pass. Because you know everything in that chapter. Now, sir, how will I come to know which chapter they are going to ask in the examination? Every faculty would have told which chapter is important in his class. Every chapter, for example, if in my class also I have told residential status, like we have discussed a lot of topics at the beginning. I told residential status and scope of total income, one question will definitely come. I have told salary, one question definitely will come. House property, one question will come. Capital gain, one question will come. Business income, one question will come. I have not told that other sources they'll ask a question. I have told other sources maybe one of the items, just 2 marks, 4 marks, and weightage also I have given. Then I have told set off can carry forward, they'll ask a question. Now this chapter I am telling, though it is very big, they'll ask only for 2 marks. Okay, so we know every faculty is telling in his subject what is important, what is not important. Every faculty will be doing that. Of course, I feel that every faculty will be doing that. Now, you know based on that, what are the questions which are going to come. Once a faculty says that, just check whether the faculty is saying truth or not. How will you check? By checking your question paper. Once subject is over, faculty has told these topics are important, go back to your question paper and check these questions. Now, I have always told that whatever topic we are going to study from now onwards, they are always going to ask it as an optional. In question number 4A only, they are going to ask that question, like TDS, TCS is there. They are all theoretical and they'll ask it as an optional. Correct. So, you see the question paper, they are asked as optional only. There is a format of preparing the question paper, and that format only they prepare the question paper. So, you know now. Now, once you get this data from a faculty, you know now how should I prepare my examination, how should I start my studies, make a timetable, study, follow the timetable religiously. Meaning this is something I have to do. If I am not doing that, I am not sleeping today. Follow it religiously, you follow it, and in the timetable, revision is important. Prepare the timetable. Now 2 days you will be having holiday. In that, now prepare a timetable. When is your exam starting? Let us say 20th of December it is starting. Is it 20th of December? 23rd. Let us say 20th of December. And I will be completing my class by 3rd of November. Okay, 3rd of November I will complete. Now you have how many days time, sir? 30 plus 20. I will take 50 days time you have. Correct? Now in these 2 days, plan for that 50 days. How should I study during that 15 days? Your preparation should be, your timetable should be in such a way that you will be knowing about the subject. Genuinely, I have no idea. Okay, but if I am at your place, I will make the timetable in such a way that either in first 30 or 35 days, I should complete my entire study. One time study, so it should be done. If it is not yet done, then you are at a very bad situation. At least one time study should be done in 30 days. Let us say in the month of November, I complete one time study, giving 10 days for every subject. And at this time, if you have not started preparation at all, 12 to 16 hours is what you have to study. 1 month if you are studying. No, sir, I have already started preparation. I have fair idea about whatever is there in the subject. 8 hours will be sufficient. I think 8 hours is very small amount. Because this is going to be there with you for the rest of your life. 8 to 12 hours is sufficient. But if you have not done anything, sir, 12 to 16 hours is mandatory required. Sir, only 3 papers are there. Yeah, so only I am telling 3 papers. 10 days, try to complete 1 paper. 1 paper, 10 days. No, sir, some paper can be completed in 8 days. No problem. Complete that paper in 8 days. Check, like income tax is big. So you may take extra days for income tax, etc. You will be knowing about the paper. Prepare the timetable, daily basis. What will I do? Every day, what am I going to do? Your timetable should tell you. Every day I'll wake up at this time and you should follow that. I'll study this chapter. I am going to study this today. This chapter I'm going to study this today. This chapter. Timetable should be made in that manner. Once you make the timetable, then once the classes are over, follow the timetable. And one more advantage you have, GST is for, or indirect tax is for 40 marks. We are going to start now. Correct now? This next 12 days, whatever I am going to take after your leave, study indirect tax there only. I am going to take class for 5-6 hours, okay, till 1:30. After that, go home, sleep. Sleep for 1, 2 hours, 3 hours, how much ever you want to sleep. Then you study for 2 hours. Sufficient it is. Because if you are studying on daily basis, along with teacher, 2 hours is sufficient. 2 hours is sufficient. Once you complete that, by the end of that, our classes, if you are doing that study on daily basis, you will be able to ask question also. And if you are able to do that, 40 marks is in your pocket. 40 marks is in your pocket. Just imagine 40 marks, meaning now to sir taught me, it is there in my memory. Now after that I have studied also. That means now I am confident with that particular point. Now I will have to concentrate after in that 30 days period. I will have to concentrate on other subjects, and this too only I have to do revision. You do this revision 2 times, and if you are doing the revision 2 or 3 times, definitely I'll tell you, will not there will be no chances that you will fail in the examination. Okay, this will give you marks, boost in the marks. Now if you have studied this, now let us say I can average get 50% in my direct taxes and 50% in my indirect taxes. You will clear this paper. Similarly, other papers also you are able to get 50. Of course, you will get more than that only. I am taking the normal amount. So please make the timetable. 2 days you have. Of course, enjoy 2 days. If you are staying in PG, go home. Go home. Stay with your family 2 days. Give break to yourself. Your brain requires a break. Brain does not tell, but brain requires. Okay, and when you are studying from next month onwards, whichever day it is, please make sure that you keep your phone in a dustbin. Throw your phone. Genuinely, I am telling. See, we were all able to clear the examination because we did not have this distraction. Frankly, I am telling. I am an average, say below average student. Meaning a person who is getting in my school days, till my 9th standard, I can call any of my school friends, till my 9th standard, I have not passed the exam. I did not pass my examination. School examination test will be there, Out of that 6 marks, 6 papers were there. I was not even getting 200 to 50 marks. They were always writing my result as pass withheld. Sir, what do you mean by pass withheld? Pass withheld means you pay the fees, I'll promote to the next class, because they are not supposed to fail till 10th standard. That rule was there. So pass withheld, this was my result throughout my 8th standard, 9th. From 9th standard, I started studying. There is some reason how I started studying, some stories there behind that also. I am so average student. If I have to study some theory paper like law or audit, I have to study that 10 times. After that only it will go to my brain. I'll not even once, whenever, see, maybe we'll study today from your material. When I'm studying theory, you just absorb me, okay? When I'm studying theory, after studying 2, 3 lines, 4, 5 lines, okay, I'll forget what I'm doing only. Meaning my brain goes away somewhere. And then if you ask what I read, because I know the subject, I'll be able to tell you. But when I'm studying, no, I will be completely blank after 2 minutes. What am I doing? Why am I doing? I become blank. With theory, I become blank. Okay, practically it does not happen. Practically any type of adjustment I'll be able to do. So I had to study it so many times so that I can understand. 5 times, so I should understand. I used to understand, okay, this is the provision. And I feel normally 80% of the people in India are that kind of student who are average students. See, if you are not an average student, you will not be doing this course. You are doing this course because you are an average student. If you are a very good student, you will be doing some other big courses, etc. You'll feel like, oh, this course is a GGB chota mota course. Why should I do this? Average students, and this is cost effective also. This is a good course wherein I'll be able to take care of my life. So if you are an average student, you will have to put more efforts in life. You'll have to study more. So please prepare your timetable in this 2 days time. You have great 2 days, okay? Great 2 days. 2 days is more than sufficient for you to prepare your timetable. Prepare the timetable completely and follow that and clear the examination. You just look at yourself, okay? On 25th of February. Just seriously, I'm telling, 25th of February, the happiness which you are going to get once you see the result, no, is beautiful. That happiness cannot be matched at all. No one can match that happiness. Trust me. I mean, I have passed my examination, and I am telling based on my experiences. Okay, the happiness which you are going to see in the people's face, those who are you are all related to, etc. That will be great. Now, and that time also, please note, like someone may feel, Neeraj may feel, sir, I went to someone on 14th, but they rejected. You go back to that person on 25th. Definitely, they'll accept your proposal. Correct? No, if the result is positive. 14th February, it did not happen. 25th February is our Valentine Day. Next point, 80. DD. DD means what, sir? Dependent is disabled person. 80 DD, dependent is disabled person. So, if you are incurring expenditure for medical treatment, of, I don't write, okay, not get because I scribble so. If you are incurring expenditure for medical treatment of a dependent person who is disabled, you are incurring expenditure for what purpose? Medical treatment of a dependent person who is a disabled. If you are incurring expenditure for medical treatment of a dependent person who is disabled. So someone is dependent on you and he is disabled. Disabled means was a handicap. Okay. In such cases, you can claim deduction. Who can claim deduction? A resident individual can claim deduction. Resident individual can claim deduction for his dependent relative. Sir, who is a dependent relative? Dependent relative over here means your spouse or your children's father, mother, brother and sister. So if any person is dependent on you and they are disabled person, or if you are an HUF and any member of HUF is disabled person, now you are incurring expenditure for what purpose? Medical treatment or maintenance. Medical treatment or maintenance of that person. You are maintaining that person. Your medical, some treatment you are doing for that person. Lawmaker says you will get a deduction. Sir, how much deduction will I get? It is based on that person's disability. Whether he is having a normal disability or he is having a severe disability. Normal disability, you will get a deduction of 75,000. If it is a severe disability, you can claim a deduction of 1,25,000. Normal disability 75,000. Severe disability how much, sir? 1,75,000. Normal disability 75. See, severe disability means what, sir? A person is 80% or more disabled. A person is disabled how much, sir? 80% or more. And this is a flat deduction. Yes, sir.
Resident individual, earning person, salary person. Not giving money to a charity. Like that's home for disabled people. Not giving the money directly to the home, but said that I will take care of this 2%. I can I'll give them their expenses. They are does this comes under
You tell me.
dependent disabled? They are not dependent on me. They are in the home only.
No, dependent disabled Allah. Read the point. Resident, individual, dependent, relative.
Dependent.
So whoever is there, is he a relative?
One is relative. One is
Is that person relative? Okay. If he is relative, you can claim.
but in a home.
It does not matter where that person is. No, please no. Oh, inge par. Sir, should I actually pay the money? No. You have a person at your house. That person is at your house. You are least bothered what that Gube is doing. Still, you can claim the deduction. That person, should I incur the expenditure? No. This is a flat deduction irrespective of whether expenditure is incurred or not. You may incur only 5,000 rupees. No problem. Claim 75,000 or 1,25,000. Disability. Normal disability, severe disability. Normal disability, severe disability. Severe disability means what, sir? 80% or more disabled. Meaning, let us say, a person says, I am completely blind. Severe disability. A person says, I cannot see only during night time. Turn on the light. In such case, what it is some people have that night, genuinely they have that night blindness, right? Is it night blindness? Night. Okay. So they cannot see at night time itself because there is no light itself. Normal disability is 75. Severe disability is how much, sir? 1,25,000. Now, note, deduction under section 80 DD is available only if a person does not claim deduction for himself under section 80D. This deduction is available only if you are not claiming deduction for yourself under 80D, 80U. Now, what does this mean, sir? There is one more section called as section 80U. This is also deduction for disabled person. This is the deduction for whom, sir? Disabled assessee. Meaning, if you yourself are disabled, you can claim the benefit under which section, sir? 80U. If you yourself are disabled. 80U deduction for disabled assessee. Who can claim the benefit? If the resident individual is himself disabled. If your relative is disabled, DD. If you yourself are disabled, 80U. Resident individual who is a disabled person. Now, how much deduction can he claim, sir? Same. In case of normal disability, 75,000, and in case of severe disability, 1,25,000 deduction can be claimed by him. Deduction for a disabled assessee. Normal disability, 75,000. 1,25,000 for severe disability. So, what is this note telling? This note says if a person is claiming deduction for himself under 80U, you cannot call him as your dependent and claim deduction under 80DD. So if there are two blind people, both married to each other, husband, wife. Husband can claim himself for under 80U. Wife also can claim for herself under 80U. Okay, no problem. Husband has claimed for himself under 80U plus wife under 80DD. Wife cannot claim for herself. Husband has claimed for wife under 80DD. Wife has claimed for husband under 80DD. You will claim for yourself better. That is possible. Meaning you cannot claim as well as that person cannot claim for himself. You can claim for yourself. She can claim for herself. If she is claiming for herself, you cannot claim for her. For myself, can I claim, sir? Of course, yes. Limit are same. 80 DDB. 80 DDB. 80 DD Baba BB Boo. 80 DDB. 80 DB talks about what, sir? Deduction for medical treatment of for specified deceased. Deduction for medical treatment of specified disease. If a person has some disease, and if that person is dependent on you, or you yourself have some disease, then you can claim deduction over here. Specified disease. Now, who can claim deduction? Resident useless section. Useless section, don't read it out. Just see now and ignore. A resident individual can claim for himself or his dependent relative. Dependent relative includes what, sir? Spouse, children, father, mother, brother and sister. Spouse, children, father, mother, brother and sister. How much deduction can you claim? In case of normally you can claim, if that person is a normal person, normal human being, meaning age less than 60 years, you can claim a deduction of 40,000 rupees. And if that person is senior citizen, you can claim deduction of 1 lakh rupees. ATU, if you are a resident individual, you can claim for yourself and your spouse. How much deduction can you claim, sir? Normally you can claim 40,000, and if you are a senior citizen, you can claim 1 lakh rupees. Now, why this deduction? This is an useless section, because the calculation of deduction is useless. How much deduction can I claim? They say, because here medical treatment should happen to claim deduction. There, no medical treatment, no expenditure is recorded to be incurred, you will still get deduction. Here, medical treatment should compulsory happen. How much will you get, sir? Actual expenses, whatever you have incurred. Whatever expenses you have incurred, compare that with limit. 40,000 or 1 lakhs. You will get some amount. From that amount, subtract insurance claim. Now, if your insurance claim is more than 40,000 or 1 lakh, you will not get any deduction. So, whatever is left over, no, that amount will be allowed as deduction under section 80 DD. Sir, what if I don't have an insurance claim at all? Good. Claim actual expenses. You take actual expenses or 40,000 or 1 lakh. If you don't have insurance claim, this will be 0. Therefore, whatever you are getting, this amount or this amount, whichever is less, can be claimed by you. Section 80 DDB. E. 80 what's E. 80 is also an important section. Interest for higher education loan. In examination, they should specifically mention. If they mention tuition fees, you should not assume it to be higher education. One of the question we saw, she paid some school fees, etc. They should mention that it is higher education. They should mention it is higher education. Interest for higher education. If you are an individual and you take an educational loan. Now, please note, paying fees is different. Taking loan for paying fees is different. If you are paying fees, 80C. ATC, tuition fees, whatever the tuition fees you are paying, ATC, you can claim the deduction. But if you are taking loan for education, now under ATC, it talks about deduction of interest which you are paying. Okay, whatever ATE series we are going to see, 4 items are there. They are talking only about one thing, which is interest. First is what, sir? Interest for higher education loan. If you are an individual who is taking a educational loan for higher education, if you are an individual who is taking an educational loan for higher education for yourself, your spouse, or children. Who is going for education, sir? Either you are taking the loan for your own higher education, or you are taking the loan for your spouse's higher education, or you are taking the loan for what, sir? Your children's higher education. Higher education means what, sir? After 12th standard, whatever education is there, that is higher education. Interest paid will be allowed as deduction. So for that higher education loan for the loan, no, what is the expenses? For the loan, the expenses amount is the interest which you are paying. Whatever interest you are paying is allowed as deduction. Deduction will be allowed for the interest paid for 8 consecutive years from the year in which assessee is starting to pay interest. So deduction will be allowed for how many years? Completely 8 years from the year in which you start paying the interest. ATEE. ATEE, useless section. ATEE talks about what, sir? ATEE talks about housing loan. ATEE talks about housing loan, interest on housing loan. If you are paying interest for a housing loan, please note, housing loan already you are getting a benefit under section 24B. Apart from that, this is an extra benefit which is given to you. When is this benefit given? If you are an individual and you are paying interest on housing loan, you will get a deduction of up to 50,000. There is an extra deduction up to how much, sir? 50,000 rupees. What are the conditions for this? Loan should be taken from bank or financial institution. House property value should be up to 50,000 rupees. Meaning your purchase price should be up to 50 lakh rupees, not 50,000, 50 lakh rupees. Loan sanction should be up to 35 lakhs. Loan sanction should be in the previous year 16-17. Please note, loan should be from bank or financial institution. Loan should be from the house property, purchase of a house property, and the value of the house property should be not more than 50 lakhs. Loan should be sanctioned up to 35 lakhs, and loan should be sanctioned in this year only. Only in that 1 year, if the loan is given to you, you will get the benefit. Before this loan is given, no benefit. After this loan is given, no benefit. And assessee should not have any other house on the date of sanction of this. So useless section. This is still better, but they'll not ask normally. Interest on housing loan. If you are an individual not covered under ATEE and you are paying interest for your housing loan, you can claim a maximum deduction of 1.5 lakhs. Please note, this is over and above 24B. The loan is taken by you from bank or financial institution. Loan is for house property whose value should not be more than 40 lakhs. The stamp duty value, here they are not using the word purchase price. Stamp duty value should not be more than 45 lakhs. Loan sanctioned during 2019 to 2022. So the loan should be given during this 3-year period of 19 to 22. And assessee should not be having any other house during the time of purchase of this house. Section 80EEB. This, one point we had seen motor vehicles, you purchase electric vehicle, one question we had seen. No? So this was a newly added point. So interest on electric vehicle loan. If you are purchasing an electric vehicle for yourself or your family anyways, if you are purchasing an electric vehicle and for purchase of that electric vehicle, if you have taken a loan, if you are purchasing electric vehicle and for purchasing that electric vehicle you are taking a loan, then you will be paying interest. If you are taking loan, that means you will be paying interest. So whatever interest you are paying, that is allowed as reduction. How much, sir? Maximum 1,50,000 rupees. An individual who pays interest on purchase of electric vehicle can claim a deduction of how much, sir? 1,50,000 rupees. Loan should be from bank, financial institution or NBFC. Loan should be for purchase of electric vehicle, and the loan should be during the period 2019 to 2023. So 4-year period only if you have taken the electric vehicle and loan on that electric vehicle. This. So today if I take, will I get, sir? No. How much interest deduction will you get? 80G. 80G will discuss after a break. Wait. 80J, 80, nothing is there. Everything is over. 80G will discuss and take break. There 2 more minutes I had.
We miss Bhagya.
Huh?
We miss Bhagya.
We miss Bhagya road.
We miss Bhagya.
Why?
Like we discussed after break. Right?
She'll say yes. Continue. Anyway, some sections we have discussed. Correct? We'll take a break and we'll meet at what time, sir? 11. Don't come only, Sundari. We'll meet at 10:30. We'll meet after a short break. 80G will discuss after break. Covered under income tax. No?
That's சொல்ல மாட்டேன், பயப்படாதீங்க. ஷூ, அவ்வளவுதான் என் மேல நம்பிக்கையா? கஷ்டமா இருக்குப்பா கேட்கவே.
டிக்கெட் ரேஸ் பண்ணிருக்காங்க. அந்த பூஸ்ட் டிக்கெட் ரேஸ் பண்ணது டிக்கெட் ரேஸ் பண்ண பேர் உங்களுக்கு எப்படி தெரியுது? ஏன் சொன்னாங்க எனக்கு நம்பிக்கையே போயிடுச்சு.
I'm crossing my heart. Whatever the feedbacks you guys are giving is here only. I won't say it to anyone.
ஃபர்ஸ்ட் நம்ம ஷவுட் பண்ணா 19 டிகிரி வச்சுட்டு போறீங்க.
I'm trying to mark your attendance. Just maybe 10 months. Is it working? Can I just check it out? Got your 18. Oh, he's the one, right? He's so adichi. No. What he?
யாருமே எழுதல. நான் தான்
Ha. Nice excuses. Please give him right. Shut up.
கேட்டேன். யாரும் எழுதல. நான் ஒண்ணு எழுதல.
This is. Do you think it's fair?
Yeah.
For sure, Papa. Thank you. I'm sorry if I'm rude to you.
Don't read my
It's not Philip sir who would have not progressed as much as why you wrote this. You don't write this. Not disabled.
not an exam. Not an exam. Hey, எதுக்கு எல்லாம் என் கமெண்ட் எடுத்து படிச்சிட்டு இருக்கீங்க? சொல்லி இப்ப நான் எழுதுறேன். இப்ப இதை நான் எழுதிட்டப்பா. பின்னாடி உங்க எல்லாத்தையும் எழுதுறேன். நான் கேட்டேன் நான் கேட்காம நான் எழுதிட்டா அப்புறம் கேட்டேன். தமிழ்ல பேசுறேன். Sorry, it's
20 minutes are there.
I won't make it. Easy, but I'm slow. சொல்லு.
Guys, one minute please. ஒரே ஒரு நிமிஷம். கிளாஸ் உங்களுக்கு பிடிச்சிருக்கா இல்லையா? சரி, அப்போனா உங்க வேர்ட்ஸ்ல நீங்க போடலாம் இல்ல. பாருங்க, 3 தான். So what will I
அது
show?
கூட அந்த 3
People law people காட்டுறீங்கம்மா, வேற level பண்ணீங்கம்மா. Just 5 minutes, I can understand eagerly. No. Works, and I am really sorry to disturb you people, but I'm asking you to fill this up. Just state your opinion. ஒரு 2 லைன் எழுதுறதுல ஒரு 2 நிமிஷம் ஆயிடுமா? எவ்வளவு ஆகும்? நான் வாங்கிட்டேன்மா, பேசிட்டே இருப்பாங்க. ஏன் பண்றீங்க? கேட்டு வாங்கிட்டாங்கம்மா. தயவு செஞ்சு ப்ளீஸ் ஐம் ரிக்வெஸ்டிங் யூ பீப்புள் டு ரைட் யுவர் ஃபீட்பேக்ஸ். உங்க ஏபி நம்பர் ரோல் நம்பர் கேட்டதா? இல்ல அப்ப ஃபீட்பேக் எழுதுறாங்க.
எங்களுக்கு டிக்கெட்டே எல்லாருக்கும் தெரியுது. இதுக்கு முதல்ல பயத்துக்கு வந்தா நம்பிக்கை டிக்கெட் ரைஸ் பண்ணா பேரு சொல்றேன்.
டிக்கெட் ரைஸ் பண்ணா ஆப்வியஸா உங்க பேர் எல்லா டீடைல்ஸுமே வந்துரும். யார் சொன்னா தெரியாது.
அது பிரச்சனை இல்ல. கன்சர்ன் டீச்சர் கிட்ட போ. நேம்
டிக்கெட்ஸ் என்ன நினைச்சீங்க? எல்லாத்துக்குமே வரும். வித் ஃபார் எக்ஸ்க்ளூசிவ்லி நீங்க ஃபேக்கல்டிஸ் வரும்.
இப்போ let's say நான் ஃபேக்கல்டி அகைன்ஸ்டா டிக்கெட் ரைஸ் பண்ணுவேன். வாட் யூ டு, யூ வில் கோ இந்த மாதிரி உங்க பேரோட
Why should you raise a ticket against a faculty? Here, academic executive, right?
சரி.
If you have any problems or issues, you can ask us the concern, right? We are
சரி, நான் கன்சர்ன் இந்த ப்ராப்ளம் ப்ரீவியஸ் டீச்சருக்குலாம் வந்தாங்க. ப்ராப்பர் கன்சென்ட்லாம் பேசணும். அகிலேஷ் ப்ரோலாம் இருந்தாரு, ஓகே எல்லாம் இருந்தாங்க. டிக்கெட் ரைஸ் பண்ண சொன்னாங்க. இங்க இருக்கிற 30 people டிக்கெட் ரைஸ் பண்ணாங்க. அதுக்கப்புறமா தான் கொஞ்சம் புக்ல இருந்து கொஞ்சம் எல்லாத்தையும் மாற்றி அவர் எடுக்க ஆரம்பிச்சோம். இப்போ நான் டிக்கெட் ரைஸ் பண்ணுறோம். இப்போ ரைஸ் பண்றது உங்களுக்கு அகேன்ஸ்டா இந்த மாதிரி வந்திருக்கு, இப்படி கொஞ்சம் மாற்ற சொல்றாங்க பசங்க, அது சொல்லுவாங்க. அது நார்மல். இந்த பையன் உங்களுக்கு அகேன்ஸ்டா சொல்றான்றது அது என்ன பையன்? கதை சொல்றாரு. கதை சொல்லும்போது பேரும் சேர்த்து சொல்றாரு.
என்னன்னா we won't disclaim அவ்வளவு சொல்ல மாட்டோம். But we call, which is really we are trying our level best not to do so. And we apologize and really sorry. See, making you uncomfortable is not.
இது actually ஈகாகோ இட்ஸ் பட் நார்மலா நேம் சொல்லிட்டீங்களா? இல்ல பிராக்டிஸ் இல்ல. பிராக்டிஸ் இல்ல.
Practice நாங்க பண்ண போறோம். Learning from mistakes is all about learning. So என்னன்னா திருத்ததான பண்ணணும். So அதனால it is not our policy to pick someone's name. So I can guarantee you that And I'm really, really sorry, not you guys.
அதெல்லாம் இல்லை.
I
It is
just want to
not-
apologize. Okay. Not making people to feel uncomfortable. ஏன்னா நாங்க வந்து எவ்வளோ ஹெல்ப் பண்ண முடியுமோ அவ்வளோ ஹெல்ப் பண்ணுவோம். உங்களோட லேர்னிங் எக்ஸ்பீரியன்ஸ் குட்டா I'll make sure that it doesn't.
மேம் அதுக்கப்புறம் டெஸ்ட் சீரிஸ் கொஸ்டின் எல்லாமே மோஸ்ட்லி அவுடேட்டட் ஆஃப் த ஐசிஎஸ்சி சிலபஸ். எங்க புக் நியூ புக் அதை கொஞ்சம் தயவு செஞ்சு நாங்கள் டிக்கெட் ரைஸ் பண்ணோம். உனக்கு என்னென்ன கொஸ்டின்ஸ் அவுடேட்டட் நீ சொல்லுங்க. எல்லாத்தையும் பார்த்துட்டு சொன்னேன். ரெக்டிஃபை பண்ணி எனக்கு ஒரு மெயில் வந்து போய் பார்ப்பேன். இதுக்கு மேலே எப்படி மெயில் நீங்க ஒரு தடவை சொல்லுங்க. எங்களோட டெஸ்ட் சீரீஸ்ல சிஎம்எஸ்எல் அவுடேட்டட்.
So rectified much. Not rectified நீ சொல்றீங்க.
ஆமா
அந்த ஸ்கிரீன்ஷாட் எடுத்து அந்த மெயில் சென்ட் பண்ணுவாங்க. Why did you do that?
நான் வந்து ஆல்ரெடி வந்து நான் இந்த டெஸ்ட் எழுதியிருக்கேன். இதுல இந்த கொஸ்டின்ஸ் வந்து அவுடேட்டட் என்னோட புக்லயே இல்லை அப்படின்னு நான் சொல்லி சென்ட் பண்ணிட்டேன். அதுக்கப்புறமா வந்து எனக்கு திருப்பி மெயில் சென்ட் பண்ணி என்னென்ன கொஸ்டின் நம்பர்னு சொல்லி ஒன்னொன்றுக்கும் நான் 10 டெஸ்ட் எழுதி வச்சிருக்கேன். நான் 10ம் ஓப்பன் பண்ணி எந்தெந்த இதுன்னு சொல்லி கொஸ்டின் நம்பரோட அனுப்பிச்சிட்டேன். இந்த கொஸ்டின் அவுடேட்டட் புக்ல இல்லைன்னு சொல்லி அவங்க ரெக்டிஃபைடுன்னு சொல்லிட்டாங்க. நான் திருப்பி 10 தான் போய் செக் பண்ணல, ஒரு 5 தான் போய் செக் பண்ணேன். திருப்பியும் நான் வந்து ஸ்கிரீன்ஷாட் எடுத்து அதுக்கு நான் நிறைய படிச்சு நானே ஸோ நீங்களே சொல்லுங்க. அது எங்களால பண்ண முடியாதுல்ல. அது அவங்க கேட்டாங்கன்னு சொல்லிட்டு 2 தடவை வந்து ஸ்பெசிஃபை பண்ணி இந்த கொஸ்டின் இந்த சாப்டர் புக்ல இல்லைன்னு சொல்லிட்டு ரெக்டிஃபைடுன்னு சொல்லிட்டு
டிக்கெட் நம்பர் தெரியுமா உங்களுக்கு?
மெயில் நம்ம முடிச்சுட்டு நான் சொல்றேன்.
சொல்லுங்க. நான்
மெயில் என்ன ஸ்கிரீன்ஷாட்ஸ்
நான் பார்த்து நான் இன்ஃபார்ம் பண்றேன்.
சொல்லுங்க.
அதுக்கு apology.
இல்லதான் மேம் நீங்க என்ன சொன்னாங்கன்னா நான் வந்து 2 கேட்ட மெயில் ரைஸ் பண்ணும்போது இது யார் கரெக்ட் பண்றீங்க எப்படி கரெக்ட் நடக்குது. ஏன்னா சம்டைம்ஸ் எனக்கு ரிவ்யூ தான் சொன்னாங்க. கன்சர்ன் ஃபேக்கல்டிஸ் இருக்கு டீம் வச்சிருப்பாங்க தான் கரெக்ட் பண்ணணும். லெஜிட்டிமேட்டா தான் காம்படிஷன் क्वेश्चंस பண்ணாங்கன்னு சொன்னாங்க. அதுக்கப்புறம் அவங்க சொன்னாங்க எங்களுக்கு வந்து அப்டேஷன் ஆஃப் டெஸ்ட் சீரிஸ் பேப்பருக்கு பாலிசி கிடையாது. நீங்க சொல்லிதான் நாங்க மாத்த போறோம் மாத்துவோம் அந்த மாதிரி சொல்லிட்டாங்க. அவங்க என்ன சொன்னாங்க அந்த மெயில் இருக்கு அவங்களுக்கு வந்து டெஸ்ட் சீரிஸ்க்கு ப்ராப்பர் அப்டேட் ஒரு அட்டெம்ப்ட்டுக்கும் நாங்க சேஞ்ச் பண்ணணும் பாலிசி இல்லை. நான் செக் பண்ண அந்த மாதிரி பாலிசி இல்லை சொன்னதாக
டிக்கெட்டுமே வந்து நம்பர் மட்டும்
பையா
Come from outside. Right. No. You spend me all the day. Mosquitoes will make you understand. You please never stay in my class if I'm taking.
No, sir, I think that there are better room for me.
For me, I have some problem. Explain.
That's true. Same model.
Welcome back, students. Welcome back. Online students, I hope I am audible and also the screen is visible. Online students, I hope I am audible and also the screen is visible. Now, let us continue our discussion. 80. Next section is 80G. G talks about donation. You have donated money. Then you can claim a deduction under this section. For the donation which you have made, you can claim a deduction under this section. 80G. Now, who can claim benefit of this section? Any assessee. Irrespective of who you are, any person can take the benefit of the section 80G. When can you claim? When you make donation, when you make or when you give donation, you will get deduction. When you make donation, you will get deduction. How much is the deduction? Two arrow marks. How much is the donation, sir? Deduction, how much will I get? 2 arrow marks. There are some cases where there is no limit on the deduction which are going to be given to you, and some deductions are based on certain limits. 2 arrow marks, no limit cases and limit cases. Maja is there. Only you started preparing timetables. Very good. Deduction, limit based or no limit. No limit means what, sir? You contribute any amount, you will get deduction based on where you are contributing money. Under low limit, we have 2 cases. We have 50%, we have 100%. Meaning, any amount contributed by you, 50% of that donation deduction will be allowed. Any amount can be contributed by you, deduction will be how much, sir? 50% of that amount. When is this possible? When you are contributing the money to PM Draught fund. When you are contributing the money to which fund, sir? PM Draught fund. Draught, you know, draught. Whatever it is, draught. If you are contributing to a fund called as what's, sir? PM Draught fund. Whatever amount is contributed by you into 50% will be the donation given to you. Prime Minister, every now and then, whenever he feels like doing something in his life, he'll create a fund. So if that fund is what, sir? PM Draught fund, and if you're contributing money to PM Draught ka fund, then you will get deduction. How much deduction will you get? 50%. 100% deduction you will get. When will I get 100% deduction? If you contribute money to any fund, simplest method I'll teach you to remember this. There are almost 26-27 items in this. Simplest method to remember, if you see any fund, if you see any fund, PM. PM. Drawed fund. PM. Which fund, sir? Okay. Drawed fund, how much will you get? Whatever amount you're contributing into, 50%. Then we have 100%, meaning whatever amount you contribute, full amount is allowed as deduction. Whatever amount is contributed by you, 100% is allowed as deduction. Now, if the fund is central government fund, any central, sorry, not what's this? State government, any state government fund, Gujarat government, Tamil Nadu government, Pakistan, no, I mean whatever state government funds are. Which when did I tell you that word only? I did not know. Any state fund is there, you will get how much, sir? Any state government ka fund is there, you will get 100% of donation made by you. Any fund where you find the name PM, any fund where you find the name what, sir? PM fund. Any prime minister fund, any CM fund, chief minister fund, prime minister fund, any fund where you see the name national, any fund where you see the name national, any fund of state government, central government, prime minister, chief minister, any fund where you see the word what, sir? National. स्वच्छ भारत का फंड, क्लीन गंगा फंड, any fund which is created for what purposes? Swachh Bharat or Clean Ganga, or any army related fund, army navy related fund, or Zilla Parishad fund. Zilla is district related. If you find any fund where what name is given? State government ka fund, PM, CM, national, you find these words. National, you find the word national. You find Swachh Bharat, Clean Ganga, Army, Zilla, etc. Then for these funds, whatever amount is contributed, 100% of that can be claimed as deduction. Whatever amount is contributed, 100% of that can be claimed as deduction. Okay, yeah. Sir, which are these funds, sir? Lot of funds are there. Now see, what are they telling? 100% deduction without any qualifying limit. 100% deduction without any qualifying limit. We saw this point just now. We have written no limit, 100%. Now you see the words national. So tell me how much deduction should I get?
100%.
PM Cares Fund, PM Earthquake Fund, Africa Fund. Now they have not written the full name also. Google. This is a very big fund name. Okay, Africa Fund. Any national, some nation is National Trust, National Culture, Chief Minister, National Illness, Andhra Pradesh, Army, Fund for State Government, National Blood, Zilla. What is this? Sakshrat Samiti. Any fund for state government of Gujarat, Maharashtra Chief Minister, University for Education of National Eminence, National Foundation, Fund for Technology Development of Central Government, National Child Fund, Swachh Bharat, Clean Ganga, and any national fund for drug control and drug abuse. How many funds are there totally? 22 funds. Is it practically possible for us to remember these 22 names? So remember what? Anyway, you see national,
State government,
state government, central government, CM, PM, Zilla and
Clean Ganga,
Army, Clean Ganga, and PM drawed fund. How much is that, sir? Without limit, 50%. Okay, not okay? Limit based to error marks. Limit based to error marks. 50% and 100%. limit based we have two arrow marks, 50% and 100%. So these funds about which we are going to learn, there is a limit. Based on that limit, you will get deduction. Limit ka 50%, limit ka 100%. So the deduction will be how much, sir? Limit ka 50%. Whatever limit is there, we will see that. Whatever limit you get, whatever amount you get into 50% or into 100%. 50% you will get in case of a fund related to any minority, a trust, 80G registered trust or 10AA trust, or any temple mosque related fund, temple mosque church gurudwara, or any fund relating to housing accommodation, fund related to housing accommodation. So whatever contribution you are making, 50% of that will be allowed as deduction. Minority related, a trust, charitable or religious trust, temple, mosque, church, gurudwara, anything, housing accommodation. And 100% will be given for family planning. You are contributing money for family planning, or any Indian company is contributing money for Olympics. Indian company is contributing money for what, sir? Olympics. Olympics. Now, which are these funds? We will see that also from the material, then we will see. 100% qualifying limit, any sum to government or approved local authority, institution, association to be utilized for promoting family planning. Any sum paid by assessee being a company. So assessee being a company for what, sir? Indian Olympics. 50% deduction subject to qualifying limit. 50% deduction subject to qualifying limit. Donation to government or any approved local authority, institution or association to be utilized for charitable purpose. You are using the money for charitable purpose, which is nothing but 80G 10AA funds. Any fund or institution which are satisfying the condition of 80G, that trust, second point which you have written. Any temple, mosque, gurudwara, church or related, or any fund for protecting the interest of minority community, and any authority constituted by in India by or under any law for satisfying the housing accommodation or for planning, development or improved cities, etc. So these funds, if there are there, then what will you get, sir? 50% of whatever amount is contributed. Now, how is the deduction calculated? The deduction is very simple. Deduction is A or B. A or B means what, sir? Amount donated or 10% of adjusted total income, whichever is less. Amount donated or 10% of adjusted total income, whichever is less. Amount donated or %10 of adjusted total income, whichever is less. Amount donated or 10% of adjusted total income, whichever is less. Meaning, whatever is contributed, that will be taken, or I'll take 10% of adjusted total income, whichever is less. Now, this is, let us say this amount comes to A. A ka 100% or A ka 50%, depending upon where you have contributed. What is adjusted total income over here, sir? They are telling adjusted total income. You take total income. You take your total income less all deductions except ATG deduction. When you are taking total income, you should be very careful. When you are taking total income, you should be very careful. When you are taking total income, you should take only those incomes against which you can claim deductions. Like there are some income against which you cannot claim deductions. You know something like that? Something like this is like special incomes. So subtract those special incomes. That is the total income. Subtract all deductions except ATG deduction. Okay. So this is the deduction which you are going to get. Let us see one question also. Now see this question. One question we'll see just to give you an idea. My taxable salary is 40,000. Income from house property 75,000. Other sources is this much. Interest on securities is this much. So total income is how much, sir? Gross total income is 1,43,000. And you have such small income he has. Does not have to pay tax at all. How can they ask such kind of question? I don't. Contribution to PF allowed as deduction under ATC. National Relief Fund. What is this 80? G. Can I say 100% without restriction? PM Drought Fund 50% ATG. Promoting family planning with limit. With limit how much, sir? 100%. With limit 50%. Correct? No. Now we should see this is very fine. This is all fine. 1,43,000 is there. From that you subtract 2,000. 1,41,000 is my adjusted total income. Correct? Now adjusted total income ka 50% you will take in some cases, 100% you will take for some cases. 50% or 100%, anything you do, the amount is coming less than these limits only. Correct? Amount is anyways coming less than this only. Because this is just 14,000. So I can subtract everything. So I'll just see the answer. So you have subtracted deduction. Now you will get something called as it is the adjusted total income. Okay. They have directly taken the deduction. How much deduction will I get? This I'll get fully. Drought I'll get 2,000 rupees. This I'll get 50%. 5,000 in this I'll get full 4,000 rupees. So how much should I get in total? Yeah, how much should I get in total? So this is my adjusted total income. Correct? No? Adjusted total income we also got 1,41,000. Now allowed PM National Relief Fund 100% is allowed. What is this? Indira Gandhi Memorial. No, this is not Trust Gube, your institute. Some copy paste they are doing. PM Drought Fund. Indira Gandhi Memorial Fund is gone. They have removed. Maybe previously this question would have had Indira Gandhi Drought over here. Sorry, Indira Gandhi Fund over here. That fund is removed. That is not there. They have changed here. They have not changed here. Tell you institute, thanks. We'll pass because of you. Okay, PM. This is PM Drought Fund. We'll get 50%. 4,000 is the contribution. 50% of this. How much? 4,500 rupees. Promoting family planning, I'll get full. And for what is this charitable purpose which is there, how much will I get? 50% of this. 50% means, so total contribution is, what is this? 14,000. But I'll get how much? 9,000 rupees. Sir, 9,000 how, sir? If 50% of this plus for family planning, I'll get 100. Full amount 9,000 rupees. So total deduction which you get is 13,500. 4,500 plus 9,000 rupees. You okay? Yeah? Next 80. ATG is done. ATG. 80GG. You remember we discussed something called as rent-free accommodation. We discussed a provision called as rent-free accommodation that is available only to salaried employees. What if I am not a salaried employee and I want that benefit? Rent-free accommodation benefit is available only to salaried employee. If you are not a salaried employee and if you still want that benefit, can I get, sir? Lawmaker says yes. You will get where? Under section 80GG. What is this point telling? 80GG, rent paid for house property. If you are an individual who has not got HRA, if you are an individual who has not got HRA and who has no house at the place of his employment or business, if you are an individual who has not got a HRA and if you don't have any house at the place of your employment and who has not claimed SOP benefit and who does not have a house, who has not claimed an SOP benefit, meaning who will be paying rent? That person who does not have a house, he will be paying rent. So if you are an individual who has not got HRA benefit and who has no house at the place of his employment and who has not claimed self-occupied benefit, who has not claimed SOP benefit, then he can claim deduction under section 80GG. How much deduction can he claim, sir? Just copy paste of that is there. Okay, what do we write over there? 40% or 50% of salary? Here it is 25% because he will not be having salary. We have over here adjusted total income. Adjusted total income means what, sir? Total income minus
Deduction under section 80.
all deductions except 80GG deduction. Okay, normally over there we write 40% or 50% of salary. Here we have 25% of adjusted total income. Then we write actual amount. Here we have 5,000 rupees per month, meaning 60,000 rupees. Or lastly, we have rent paid minus 10% of salary. Here we have rent paid minus 10% of adjusted total income. So this is applicable only if you are an employee or if you are a person who is not having a house at the place where you are working and who is not receiving HRA and who does not have any house at the place of employment. Deduction will be 5,000 rupees per month or 25% of adjusted total income or rent paid minus 10% of adjusted total income. What is adjusted total income? Your gross total income minus all deductions except 80GG deduction. Now, by the way, here, donation, I did not tell one point. Donation, can I make the donation in kind, sir? Donation in kind, you can make, but it is not covered over here. How will you find the value? And any donation you make more than 2,000 rupees in cash, that is not allowed. You should make either, if it is more than 2,000 rupees, you should make through account pay check, account pay Agnipath, or either electronic clearing system. Now for 80GG, house should not be there either by yourself or your spouse or your minor child or your HF. No one should have the house at the place of your employment. And you have to submit a declaration called as 10BA. Now because of this declaration, in practical world, no one takes the benefit. This declaration is, you should give the details of the person from whom you have taken house on rent, owner's details. You should tell how much rent you have paid, what is his PAN number, everything you have mentioned. Now, none of the owner is there. No, they are ready to submit their PAN because they don't want to tax that income at all. They just don't give this form 10BA. We had section 35 scientific research. Exactly copy paste. That is available only if you are a employee having business income. Section 35, who can claim? Section 35 under business we studied now. So who can claim the benefit of section 35? Only a businessman can claim or a professional can claim. Sir, I am not a person who is having any business or profession. What should I do, sir? If you are a person who is not having any business or profession, for you, what section is available? Section 80GGA is available. Donation for scientific research or rural development. All assessees except assessee having business income are making donation to section 35 wala cases. 35 wala cases is donation to any approved organization, institution, etc. Rural Development Fund, Poverty Eradication Fund. You will get 100% deduction. 100% deduction of what, sir? 100% deduction of that donation. your any type of assessee except assessee having business income, because if you are having business income you can claim the benefit under section 35. And you have made donation to whom, sir? All those cases covered under section 35, or for rural development or for poverty eradication, then 100% deduction you are going to get. 100% deduction of what, sir? Whatever amount is donated by you. Sir, if I am a businessman, already claim under section 35. If you are not a businessman, any other person making donation will get benefit over here. Donation, if you making donation more than 2,000 rupees, then it should be made through account paycheck, account pay demand draft, or any other electronic clearing system. Then donation to political party. Donation to what, sir? Political party. You know political party? Can you contribute money to political party? You have TMK. What is a TVF? Vijay's party. TVK. Like you write Vijay's party TVK. You like that party. Now you want to donate money to him. Can you donate, sir? Lawmaker says yes, donate. For your donation, you get deduction also. For your donation, you will get deduction also. Donation to political party or electoral trust.
Recently, they have struck down the donation system. But electoral donation, they have released.
No, they have. There will be an audit which will be done for whatever donation you are making. That donation to still you can make. And recently, if it is there, that is applicable for next attempt. Not also next attempt. After that attempt, maybe. For you guys, it is there. Don't worry. 80GGB. 80GGB. If an Indian company is donating the money, Indian company GGB. 80GGB is for an Indian company who is donating money to any political party or an electoral trust. No, sir, I want to donate the money, sir. I am a normal individual. 80GGC is applicable to you. 80GGB is for an Indian company donating money to an political party or electoral trust. 100% deduction will be given. 80GGC is donation by any person other than Indian company. All other assessees, 100% deduction will be given. Whatever donation you are giving, 100% of that will be allowed as deduction. Now, donation should be by any mode other than cash, even 1 rupee. Even 1 rupee donation to political party or electoral trust should not be in cash. Even 1 rupee, if you are making donation to them, that should be in account paycheck, account pay demand draft, or electronic clearing system. Now, when we studied business income, one point I told you, if you make advertisement expenses, it is allowed as deduction. But if you are giving advertisement in political party, newspaper, magazines, TV channels, we are going to assume that you are donating money to them. So we are not going to give you deduction over there. It is not going to be not going to be treated as business expenditure. If you are putting an advertisement in political party, newspaper, magazine, etc., it is not going to be treated as business expenses. However, you can claim deduction over here. Expenses incurred for donation to political party is disallowed for computing business income for an assessee. However, though it is an expenses not allowed as deduction under business income computation, you can claim over here. Now, if you see over here, exclusion, they say all assessees except local authority or AGB funded by government. Local authority means what, sir? Let us say you have Greater Chennai Corporation, something like this is there. That corporation is only donating the money to government. Or you are a government entity. How can you donate the money to political party? Not allowed. Then we have 80JJAA. 80JJAA. 80JJAA means what, sir? Jaja AA. If there are employees getting added in your company, if there are new employees joining in your company, then whatever salaries you are paying to them, apart from the deduction which I am going to give you while computing your business income, extra deduction I am going to give you under section 80JJAA. Please note, you are employee of my company. I am paying you salary of 10 lakh rupees. Can I claim a deduction while can I claim the benefit of this expenditure while computing my profit and loss? Yes. Apart from that, you are going to get extra benefit under section 80JJAA. You are going to get some extra benefit under which section, sir? 80JJAA. Who is going to get? Any assessee who is engaged in business and whose books of accounts are audited under income tax law. When will audit happen under income tax law? If your turnover is more than 1 crore or 10 crore. 80JJAA. Deduction is for employment of new workmen. Who will get this deduction? Any SSC engaged in business of or profession. Any SSC who is engaged in the business or profession and who has his books of account audited by a chartered accountant, meaning has a turnover of more than 1 crore or 10 crores. How much reduction will I get, sir? 30% of additional employee cost. Whatever employee cost you are incurring, 30% of that employee cost. Please note, 30% of additional employee cost. This deduction will be allowed for 3 years continuously. 3 years continuously deduction will be allowed. Additional employee cost means what, sir? If you are an existing business, then as on 31st March of last year till 31st March of this year, let us say last year 31st March I had 100 employees, this year 31st March I have 125 employees. Additional employee cost will be the salary paid to 25 employees. And if you are a new businessman, can I say any person whom I am appointing in the year is a new employee only? So for a new businessman, all the employees employed during the previous year. Now, when you are taking count of the employees, you should not include some employees. Whom should you not include? Employee whose emoluments or salary is not more than 25,000 rupees per month. That employee whose salary is not more than 25,000 rupees. Employee employed for less than 240 days in the year. That employee is working less than 240 days. Employee whose salary is more than 25,000 not included. Meaning you can take into consideration only those people whose salary is less than 25,000. Now please note, all these sections today is useless. Why? Now any normal person also, even a person who is doing watchman job, he'll have a salary of 20-25,000. Now so anyone will have. So when this section was there added, no, that time it made sense also. Because that time 25,000 salary was like, oh my god, 25,000 he is earning. And who is not included, sir? Employee whose salary is more than 25,000 is not included. An employee who is employed for less than 240 days. If you are working for less than 240 days in a year, or if you are an employee who participates in recognized provident fund. In these 3 cases, you are not covered. Meaning you fall under any of these cases, you are not covered. Those employees are not covered. Please note, for example, I am paying salary of 10 lakh rupees, out of which employees covered under 80 JJAA, I am paying salary of 6 lakh rupees. Then only 6 lakh rupees into 30% I can claim the deduction. Others are not covered, don't take into consideration. Okay. 80 TTA, important section, very important section. Very important section. The question will not tell you that I am talking about this. You have to understand. Now, normally all the deductions details will be available on the payment side. You have paid the insurance premium, you have paid something, correct? When we saw the questions, we checked only payment side. When we saw the question, we checked only the payment side. But this is a type of deduction for which I am not going to see payment side. This is a type of deduction for which I am not going to see payment side. I am going to see income side. 80 TTA. 80 TTA. Interest on saving account. 80 TTA. If you are an individual, except a senior citizen, and having interest on saving account. Interest on what accounts are saving account. You can have a saving account anywhere, at a bank or post office or cooperative society, anywhere. You can claim a deduction of interest earned by you or 10,000 rupees, whichever is less. You can claim a deduction of how much, sir? Interest whatever is earned by you or 10,000 rupees, whichever is less. What is this point telling? You are a person earning interest income. So this deduction is not based on your expenses. This deduction is based on your income. Now if you see over here, your last exams question, you see there is an interest from saving bank account 12,500 rupees. Now the question, nowhere it will tell that please claim the deduction under section 10 80 TTA. They'll never tell you to claim the deduction, but you should claim the deduction. That income will go under income from other sources, and then you claim the deduction under 80 TTA. Who gets this deduction, sir? In all types of who will get the deduction, sir? Individual except the senior citizen. If he has interest income from saving account, and if he has interest income from saving account, he'll get a deduction of interest earned by him, or what is this, 10,000 rupees, whichever is less. Now that saving account can be opened anywhere, bank account or post office account or cooperative society account. You can open the saving account at any place. Now sir, why senior citizens are excluded from this? Because senior citizens are covered under 80 TTB. Because senior citizens are covered under 80 TTB. 80 TTB is applicable for senior citizen if they are having interest income from any type of deposit. If they are interest income from what type of deposits? Any type of deposits. How much deduction can they claim? Interest earned or 50,000 rupees, whichever is less. For normal people, it is 10,000. For senior citizen, it is 50,000 rupees. 1 minute, write this. ADTTA, ADTTB. ADTTA is important. Individual will get the benefit for interest income on saving account. Saving account can be opened anywhere, bank, post office, cooperative society. Deduction will be what, sir? Interest or limit of 10,000, whichever is less. Last deduction, 80 QQB RRB. This is for royalty income. You have written a book. For the book which you write, there will be a company which is going to publish that book, print that book. That company is going to give you royalty. For that royalty, no, you can claim deduction. Or you have found a new technology and you have patented that technology. So for every person who is using that patented technology, will give you royalty. That royalty, whatever you are earning, no, that royalty income, from that you can claim this deduction. Deduction in respect of royalty income, section 80 QQB. Royalty is for book, okay, of an author. You have written a book, for that you are getting the royalty. Deduction is available to resident individual. How much is the amount of deduction, sir? If the royalty fees is less than 15% of book value, how much royalty are you getting? Let us say a book is getting sold at rupees 1,000. I am getting a royalty of 10% of this. That means it is less than 15% of book value. Then deduction will be whatever amount you have received, or 3 lakhs, whichever is less. No sir, I am getting a royalty of 25%. Oh, then you are getting more. Then calculate your royalty at 15%. If you are getting royalty more than 15% of book value, calculate the royalty at 15% of book value, compare that with 3 lakhs and take whichever is less. In case of royalty from foreign country, should I take the royalty from foreign country also, sir? Meaning some books are sold outside India. Lawmaker says yes, you should take that also, provided you receive the money in convertible foreign currency. You receive the money in dollars in India, only that convertible foreign currency money should be taken. This is all about this chapter. Deduction. Very easy chapter, very simple chapter. Very easy and simple chapter. You're writing this, huh? Neeraj, you have bike? Get one thumbs up. 20 rupees. Cold. Very good. Not for you, Google, for me. Said thank you for what? Come fast, man. I have cash to take. You cash last week? Take, come here. head is paining, sometimes it happens that your gas goes to your head. When it happens for me, it is very bad situation. Done. Do fast, Sundari. We have 3 chapters. Today we'll complete one, Sundari. 2 we'll do during GST. After 12:30 we'll do. Done. Now, is it done? You remember there is one section called as the 115 BAC. Now, different chapters I have told you that this benefit is not available, that benefit is not available. So 115 BAC, I'll just tell you what will happen if I follow 115 BAC. Because you know now, we have discussed all the chapters. Now you are ready to understand whatever I'm going to tell you. Section 115 BAC, it is applicable for whom, sir? Just have a look into this, okay? You just, because you know everything, whatever I'm going to tell you, you know everything, just revision, because you should know this. Comparative analysis of, what is this? Comparative analysis of old regime and new regime. Now, this happens with me when I'm reading. I get, though I know what it is, but it happens, yeah. Section 115 BAC is applicable to an individual HA of AOP BOI artificial judicial person. Basically, it is applicable to slab rate people. It is applicable to both residents as well as non-resident. Now, what is comparative analysis? For normal provision, the tax rate is what, sir? Up to 2.5 lakhs, up to 3 lakhs, up to 5 lakhs, no tax, depending upon who you are. 2.5 or 3 lakhs to 5 lakhs, 5%, 5 lakhs to 10 lakhs, 20%, and more than 10 lakhs, 30%, correct? But 115 BAC, it is not like this. 115 BAC up to 3 lakhs, no tax. 3 to 7, 5%, 7 to 10, this rate is, 12, 10 to 12, 15%, 12 to 15, 20%, and more than 15, 30%. Surcharge is applicable both the cases. If the income is more than 50 lakhs, up to 1 crore, 10%, more than 1 crore up to 2 crores, 15%, more than 2 crores up to 5 crores, 25%, more than 5, 35%. Here, that 37% criteria is not there. You have 10%, 15%, and more than 2 crores, it is always 25%. Now, for dividend income, if you remember Gube income, I told you, share market income, Gube income, dividend income, or short-term capital gain or long-term capital gain, under section 112, 112A, maximum surcharge is how much? 15%. This is common for both. Health and education cess also will be applicable for both, 4% of tax, including surcharge. Now, rebate you will get under both the regimes. How much is the rebate? Rebate, it will be available under 87A. For old regime, it will be available if your income is up to 5 lakhs, only to resident individual. Coca-Cola, Coke. Only to resident individual. Rebate is what's the tax amount or limit, whichever is less. This we have studied. No? And for 115 BSc, what is the rebate? Rebate is available if the income is up to 7 lakhs. It is available only to resident individual. And how much is the rebate? Tax amount or 25,000, whichever is less. Or they also have that margin relief concept. If your income is up to 7,22,000, you can calculate rebate by taking tax on total income, subtract your extra income. If tax on total income is more than that extra income, the rebate will be difference between that. Something like this we have studied.
Rebate, like in healthcare education says applicable.
No, rebate is calculated before finding any tax. Meaning, before you calculate tax, then we add surcharge, then we add rebate. Then we add health and education cess. So tax, after tax, you should subtract rebate. Then these people will come. Exemption or deduction. Exemption or deduction which is not available to a person opting for 115 BSc. So if you are opting for 115 BSc, you will not get this benefit. What benefit will I not get? So now I will tell chapter wise what are you are not going to get. Okay. First we studied whatever chapter we studied, but salary chapter is there, first set of income. Under salary we get leave travel concession under section 10(5). You get deduction, correct? That leave travel concession you will not get. Leave travel concession exemption under section 10(5) is not allowed. Then HRA exemption under section 10(13)A is not allowed. Then allowances under section 10(14). You know 10(14) is allowances you cheat, duck hat. Correct? No, you cheat, duck hat. Those allowances are not allowed except 4 allowances. I'll repeat once again. Under salary, what will you not get? Leave travel concession 10(5) you will not get. HRA exemption you will not get. HRA, that is 40-50% of salary, etc. You will not get any type of allowances which is you cheat, duck hat, except travel related allowances. Except what allowances, sir? Travel related allowances. Travel related allowances, what, sir? Your transport allowance, traveling allowance, conveyance allowance. Daily allowances, whenever you are outside, they'll give you tea, coffee, expenses, etc. So except travel, transport, daily and conveyance allowance, all other types of allowances which are covered under UG TAC, they are all fully taxable. No deduction you will get under section 16, except standard deduction. And how much standard deduction will be allowed? 75,000. Income from house property. For self-occupied property, you cannot subtract interest. We have written all these things.
Yes.
No deduction for interest under section 24B. And if it is a let out or deemed to be let out property, no problem, enjoy. Same provisions are there. For income from business or profession, no additional depreciation will be given to you. Additional depreciation, something like this we have studied.
Yes, sir.
Additional depreciation will not be given. No deduction for donation to scientific research. Please note, donation only. In-house scientific research is always allowed. No deduction for 35 AD for specified businesses. Income from capital gain, no change because this is taxable at special rates. Income from other sources. No exemption under section 1032. When you are clubbing minor child's income, you can claim deduction of 1,500 rupees.
Yes, sir.
So this is not allowed. If you are an MLA or MP, you get something called as constituency allowance and daily allowance. This is exempt normally, but this will become taxable. And for family pension, you get deduction of 1/3 of pension or 15,000 rupees, whichever is left. But here the limit is 25,000 instead of 15,000. You okay? Sir, deduction under chapter 6A, which we just now completed. Will you get deduction? None of the deduction will be given to you. No deduction under chapter 6A. Whatever we studied just now, ATC to TTAU, etc. None of the deduction will be allowed except JJAA, ATCCD 2. Except what, sir? JJAA, AT, JJAA or what is that, sir? ATCCD 2. Then under set off and carry forward, what is the problem, sir? Under set off and carry forward, loss of house property of current year cannot be set off with other incomes. Oh, problem is it. Normally, house property loss can be subtracted with other incomes up to 2 lakh rupees. Correct? No, here they are telling nothing you can subtract. If you are following, 115 BAC. And no set off of brought forward losses if the brought forward losses is because of any of above reasons. Meaning, if you have any brought forward losses because of above reasons, meaning brought forward losses, let us say additional depreciation is not allowed. Now, the loss of last year was because of additional depreciation which is brought forward. You cannot subtract it. Just check once whatever you have studied. Check once.
Optional regime brought forward பண்ணது வந்து I cannot like
Optional regime, you can do whatever you want to do. Brought forward loss because of this reason. Like, for example, interest of SOP is not allowed as deduction. Now, you have brought forward loss under house property. Why did you incur that loss, sir? Because of interest. That loss cannot be adjusted this year. Just have a look into this fast. That is very right. Your headphone is not working, Sundari. She thought headphone is working. This Coca-Cola is not that strong. No, but it is strong. Huh? What is that?
It's also kind of drink.
Povento. First time I am
Like
hearing.
Coke and Pepsi. Same Hey, no. It's the original technique of thumbprint. That's all. Hey, no, no, which
Hey, you see here. Hey, these are the benefits which you are going to lose. Come out. If it comes full maja is there. Wow. Instant relaxation you get. But it takes time for. You should go out from head, go back to stomach. Your problem. The head, that is a very big problem. You guys are little young. Maybe I don't know whether you have got that or not. You can ask your parents; they'll be knowing. Something called as gas. Sometimes when you morning when you have food fast, or when you are having oily food, you are very young. You will not understand whatever I'm telling. When I was like you, I was laughing at people. Hey, what goobe? What is he even talking about? Age is a beautiful thing. Done. Now, sir, other points I'll tell you. Income taxable at special rates will be continued to be taxed at special rates, irrespective of whether assessor is opting for 115 BSE or not. Special rate income is always taxable at special rates. Then AMT provision, which we studied etc. yesterday, is not applicable for 115 BSE assessing. Now, sir, I want to opt for 115 BSE. How should I opt? Every year while filing income tax return, should I opt, sir? Lawmakers says yes. When you file your income tax return every year, you have to tell whether you want to follow default regime or optional regime. If you don't say anything by default, I will give you default. Okay. So an assessee, if he has no business income, assessee can opt out because by default you get defaulting. So assessee can opt out of 115 BSE anytime before filing his income tax return under section 139(1). He can choose to exercise the option or not for every year. So every year you have to do that. Every year you have to come out. But if you are having a business income, problem is there. If you are having a business income, if you opt out of 115 BSE in the first year of business income, for all the future years you will not be able to take 115 BSE. If you are not having a business income, every year while filing income tax return, you can either pay tax under optional regime or pay tax under default regime. If you don't say anything, what regime will they apply? Default regime. No, sir, I have a business income, sir. If you don't say anything, they will apply which regime? Default regime. But if you come out of default regime, having a business income, if you come out of default regime, once you come out of a default regime for all future years, you will not be allowed to get default. Okay. Hey, that's it. Deduction is done. Computation of total income is also done. Computation of total income. We'll discuss this topic. I'll stop the recording over here and restart it and compute this. Discuss this topic. Welcome back, students. Welcome back. Fazilullah for you. Because he's asking first time, I'll leave at 2:30. 12:30. 12:30 I'll leave. That is fine, or should I give a break and continue till 1:30? Because he's asking. Bumper offer I am giving him. A computation of total income. I'll just go through this chapter. Tell me whether I have covered something or not. Now please note, this chapter, why, for what reason you are supposed to use this chapter is not to study anything from this chapter. I'm telling this publicly, but yeah, still, you should use this chapter only for solving questions. Notes, everything we have written, whatever is written is more than sufficient. Use this chapter only for solving questions, nothing else. Okay, shall we see this chapter? No, I'll just go through this entire chapter. Questions will not be able to solve. Some 50, 60 questions will be there. I'll go through the entire chapter just to give you an idea whether we have discussed this chapter or not. What is this chapter called as a computation of total income and taxability of various entities. Computation of total income. How to compute total income? I told you we have all the heads of income. Compute the income individually under those heads. Then subtract deductions. You will get your no. Before gross total income, add all the heads of income. No. Set off carry forward. You will get gross total income. From gross total income, you should subtract deductions. You will get total. You told total income and then deduction. Okay, so this topic is about computation of total income of an assessee. So some introduction story they have given. Now, what is that introduction telling? If you are required to find a taxable income of an assessee, how should I find, sir? First, you should always determine his residential status. Because based on his residential status, I will come to know whether you have to pay tax in India or not. Then find the incomes under all the 5 heads. Then claim all the eligible deductions. And ignore all the exempt incomes. You will get, please note, after finding this, you will get what, sir? Total income. Exclude all the exempt income they are telling. Total income you have got. Then this total income should be rounded off to the nearest multiple of whatever it is. Deduction should be given from section 80 to 80, 80C to 80U. Now, after giving deduction, the balance amount is called as what, sir? Total income. Calculate the tax. Now, here they are telling if you have agriculture income, then increase the agriculture income by basic exemption limit, meaning apply partial integration. If you have agriculture income, remember we discussed something about partial integration. Yeah, we are not business. Agriculture income, if you have, at the end of agriculture income chapter, we studied about partial integration. Your agriculture income should be added to non-agriculture income and compute tax, something like this. If you have agriculture income, do that. You compute the income tax, calculate the tax at special rate for special incomes, then deduct from the tax which you have calculated, subtract the taxes which is already paid by you. You will get the balance amount of tax which is required to be paid by you, which you should round it off to the nearest multiple of 10. In simple words, what they are trying to say over there is this. Take your income from salary, subtract the deductions under salary, you will get your salary income. Take your income from house property, subtract the deductions under house property, you will get sum amount. Income from business or profession, take it, subtract the deductions. Income from capital gain, subtract the deductions and exemptions under capital gain, you will get some capital gain income. Other sources income, subtract the deductions of other sources. Add clubbing, set off and carry forward, you will get your gross total income. From gross total income, subtract the deduction under section 80 to 80C to 80U, you will get what's your total income. Now you are supposed to compute tax on total income. Once you compute the tax, applying whatever rate it is, slab rates, special rates, etc. Add surcharge if it is applicable. Subtract rebate. Rebate should be taken first actually. First subtract rebate, then add surcharge. Of course, rebate will come only if the income is up to 5 lakhs also. But anyways, they are switched, no problem. Add health and education cess. That will be your net tax liability. This is the amount of tax which you have to pay. But if the tax is already paid by you, when will I say that you have already paid the taxes? The tax is already paid by you if TDS is deducted, you have paid advance tax, etc. So subtract those TDS, TCS and advance tax and relief. Relief under 89 under only for salaried employees. We have discussed under salary, dolo, I gave some salary to our told bonus I will give in future, etc. Balance is the tax which you have to pay. This tax you have to pay, and this tax which you pay is called as self-assessment. We'll study that. We'll study everything. We'll study. Advance tax, name itself says I have tax paid in advance. Provision for computation of taxable income. How should I compute the taxable income? 1 second. No way. Okay, fine. I don't know whether reflection is hurting me. I think it's hurting. It happens, no problem. No, head. It is not headache wala headache. It will go. The gas should go. Sometimes. Maza is there in life, yeah. For me now, I am not able to see the screen. Like some lines. Yeah. 2 times I ate. So only that is happening. Someone put up. Yeah. Tax rates. You take the tax rates from where, sir? Finance Act tax rates are not given under Income Tax Act. But special tax rates are given under Income Tax Act. Compute the taxable income, finance bill, you should see. Why they have given, repeated the same thing again and again. Now, what is the tax rate for you guys they have given over here? Hey, do you know up to 2.5 lakh, 3 lakh rupees, and this 5 lakh rupees we have studied this. Then if you are a local authority, for firm it is 30% and local authority it is 30%. Something like this we have studied. Cooperative society also we have studied. Please note, in examination, whatever you are going to see now, they are talking about all these nonsense points. In examination, they'll ask only for individual, HUF and firm. They'll not ask anything other than this. Individual, HUF and firm. Nothing else will be asked in your examination, though it is given in the material. Anything related to any other person, not relevant. But yeah, one reading you know. Yeah, it is there something. Sir, what if they ask? Leave that question. They'll not ask. Because this is something about which they'll ask in final. Or else what will they ask in finals? If they ask everything now only, what will they ask in finals? Open book exam.
We have all steps, advanced steps.
Surcharge. Surcharge. Hey, did we study about surcharge?
Yes, sir.
Something like this only we studied. For local authorities, firm,
Yes.
and what is this? Yeah, interest, dividend income, maximum surcharge is 15%. So some question they have given. 115 BSc, have we studied this? 115 BSc, something like this only we have studied. Surcharge under 115 BSc more than 2 lakh rupees, 15%. Then AMT provision is not applicable to them. Now please note. They have written the point which we just now studied, they have written over here. Few incentives are not available to 115 BSc assessors. Total income of the assessee is calculated under 115 BSc. This deduction will not be available. Which deduction, sir? Leave travel concession, HRA, allowances, etc. Meaning whatever deductions we have. 10AA also had written. Along with deductions I had written. Entertainment allowance, professional tax, additional depreciation, land, equipment, etc. Okay, so these deductions are not allowed. Now special tax rates for, like we have 115 BSc for individuals, we have HUF, AOP, meaning slab rate assessees, we have 115 BSc for others also. Okay, that is not called as 115 BSc. For cooperative society, it is called as 115 BAD. For them, the rate will be flat 22% plus 10% health and education cess and 4%. Normally, the rate for cooperative society is 30%, something like this. But here it will be 22% plus 10% plus 4% health and education cess. Same for them also, the benefits which we normally a person may get. Now cooperative society, normally it will be business only. So business related benefits will not be given to them. Taxable income for new manufacturing cooperative society. Now for manufacturing cooperative society, to increase manufacturing, see normally 115 BAD is applicable to cooperative society. Please note, we are discussing it now. Okay, before going to outside this classroom, forget it, no problem. 115 BAD says 22% is the tax rate for them. Okay. For cooperative society, if you are a manufacturing cooperative society, you get 115 BA, BAE. BA is what, sir? Where is your BA today? I mean, BA is what is full form of BA?
Before anyone else. Yes.
Whether is there?
It is very no.
I don't know.
Because in your time.
No chance.
Because
In our time, though.
introduced at the time of email.
In our time, though, it was only, hey, she is my. I mean, we used to introduce, say, this is your bhabhi. Nothing else. Anni, Anni, Panni, Vanni. Yeah.
I thought it's short form of rates.
Yeah, even I thought the same thing actually. Before anyone else. So if you are manufacturing, that is full form, Sundari. BFF. Biggest boyfriend. I know. This I know. So if you are a manufacturing cooperative society, 115B A is applicable to you. For you, instead of 22%, see normally cooperative society is what, sir? 30%. Bad cooperative society?
22.
Bad is this bad. Bad meaning just now we studied. 22%. Sir, you are not a bad. You are before anyone else. For you it is 15%. For manufacturing cooperative society, the tax rate is what, sir? 15%. And have you studied about rebate?
Yes.
Up to 5 lakhs.
5 lakhs, 7 lakhs.
Up to 5 lakhs you will get this much. And 115 BSc you get the rebate up to 7 lakhs. Then you do get a margin cliff also. Now the worst thing is they have not told you how to calculate margin and cliff. They have told, but this language, you see this language. If net income exceeds 7 lakhs, income tax shall on such income cannot exceed the amount by which net income exceeds 7 lakhs. How easily they have given. Self-study cannot be done for this subject. They have given some question to you. Chapter overview, something they are given. If whatever we saw just till now, have you seen something related to that? Now individual, taxation of individual. Taxation of what, sir? Individual. Whether you are a male or a female, income tax on total income should separate income separately subject to clubbing of income, etc. Individual being a natural person, minor child. Okay, who are covered over here? When I say taxation of individual, who is covered over here? Whether you are a male or a female, both are covered. Whether you are a male or a female, both are covered. Even if you are a minor child, it is covered. Your income will be clubbed in the hands of parent, but if clubbing is not happening, this section is applicable. Individual means what, sir? Natural person, human being. Sir, what if I am a lunatic or an idiot? How are you earning income? So being an idiot, I am earning income. Income will be assessed in the hands of his representative. Who will have to pay the tax, sir? His representative. And minor's income will be clubbed in the hands of parents. Now, which are the income which is taxed in the hands of individual? How is it taxed? Income earned by an individual will be taxed in his individual capacity. Okay, whatever normal income you are earning, salary income, business income, etc. on all those things, they will be taxed in your hands in your individual normal capacity. Remuneration in terms of salary, bonus, commission received by partners. If you are receiving salary, bonus, commission as an individual, if you are receiving that, can I say it is taxable as business income? If you are receiving interest from on capital or interest on loan from the firm, that is also treated as your business income. If you are receiving income from member of an AOP, then that share of income from AOP is also taxable. Income from impartable estate of an HUF, that income is taxable in the hands of Karta. So if it is a non-dividable asset of an HUF, that income will be taxable in the hands of Karta. Share in profit of a partnership firm is exempt in the hands of partner. Income from AOP or BOI, which is taxable at maximum marginal rate, MMR is the highest rate, that income share is not taxable in the hands of the member of who is that, sir? AOP. Disturbance is there. Share of income from HUF is is exempt in the hands of members of HUF. Why? Karta is paying the tax on the HUF has to pay the tax. Whatever income is earned by HUF, that will be divided between members. In the hands of members, it is exempt. $115. No. Maximum margin rate means highest rate applicable to you is 30%. On that highest surcharge is 37%. On that 4%. Yes, you study in finals, whatever response. Then these individuals will get deduction under chapter 6A. What are the different types of deductions which an individual can take? They have given over here. They are given some questions. Now please note, solve these questions, okay? Solve these questions. Solve these questions. Because in your examination, they'll lift question from here on. Next is taxation of HUF. Individual taxation we saw. Taxation of HUF. HUF income is also taxable on par with what, sir? Bhagya is telling continue till 2:30, sir. Follow. Taxation of HUF. HUF income is also taxable. HUF income is also taxable just like your individual income. Okay, HUF income is also taxable just like your individual income. What is an HUF? I have to turn on. Lot of disturbance. Now, HUF is not defined under income tax law. There is no definition of HUF under income tax law. It is defined under Hindu law. What is an HUF? A family which consists of all persons legally descended from common ancestor and includes their wives and unmarried daughters, meaning my children's, their children's, their children's, their children's, their children's, and all of their wives are member of my HUF. My parents are not member of my HUF. My lineally descended. Treatment what's HUF is treated as a separate entity for the purpose of tax. HUF is treated as separate entity. Now, what is relationship? Arises as a status not from the contract, meaning it is not formed. Meaning HUF, once you have a child, you can form your own HUF. This is as per law. It is not something you should create an HUF separately. No. HUF is God-gifted phenomena since birth of a child to a married individual. Not God-gifted to it. What nonsense prophet. How is it God-gifted? Once you take gift or God-gifted. You have made the law. Okay? Conditions. In HUF, what will be there? Co-partners will be there. There should be a, okay, when will I call it as an HUF, sir? There should be a co-partner and there should be a joint family property. Co-partners, who can be a co-partner? Hindu co-partner include the person who acquire by birth any interest in joint family property or an Hindu succession act, or test of co-partners is that co-partners should enjoy the right to enforce partition. They have the right to, I have told all these things, the person who has right. Hindu Mitakshara includes daughter of the Hindu undivided family in addition to son, grandson and what's the which son? Great grandson. Very good, very good. Okay, Mitakshara School of Hindu Law says daughters are also forming part of your HU. What is two types of members? One is co-partners, one is other members. Now, computation of income. So, there are two schools of Hindu law, Dayabhaga School of Hindu law and Mitakshara School of Hindu law. Position of HUF after Hindu law. Computation of income of HUF. Computation of income of HUF is exactly same. In case of partition of HUF, what will happen? Who is entitled on for share in the property upon partition? All the co-partners will be eligible. Co-partners means those who can ask for division. The son who is there in the womb is also having the right in the property. Still they are telling. Once he is born, you come to know. Daughter only Mitakshara School of Law.
Sir, still, sir.
No, you can ask for the share, but of course you can ask for the share. Mitakshara School of Law definitely will be given. Whichever school of Hindu law is there, if your father is a Gube, he'll not give you anything. Okay. Your father should be a nice person. Like my father. Very nice. How much ever he is giving, I'm never telling him. I'm just telling your daughter, do whatever you want to do. You do whatever you want. No, I mean, I don't know. How does it work? Father should be nice or son should be nice? What I feel is, I don't know why I have this feeling for my daughters that I should make them capable. Why should I leave anything for them? If I make them capable, they leave by themselves. Because if I leave something for them, maybe it will happen that they will not do something, and maybe it will happen that Gube with whom they are getting married, their family, who knows how those families will be. I don't know how future marriages also will be, etc. They may get married to robot, who knows. Marriage will discuss later. So, who will get the shares then? All the two partners. Son in the womb of his mother at the time of partition. Mother who gets equal share if partition takes place among her sons after the death of her husband. So, after death, if it is death of father, if it is happening, mother will also get equal share. Wife who gets equal share to that of son at the time of partition between fathers and sons. So, who is entitled to share? Is these people are entitled to share. Please note, just for knowledge purpose, we are saying from exam point of view, you don't break your head in all these points. Assessment after partition. Once partition has happened, what will happen? I told you clubbing provision. After partition, what will happen, sir? Everybody's income will be taxable in those hands. Minor's income will be clubbed. Wife's income will be clubbed in the hands of husband to the extent of husband's share in the HUF property. Not everything. Partition of HUF can be a total partition or partial partition. Meaning family members, one of the son only may tell, I want to go out of the family, no problem. That is partial partition. After HUF, we have taxation of firm. Taxation of firm, we have written one single page notes. We have written. No. We have written notes actually. One single page I have made you write notes. After 40 pages.
Yes. Interest remuneration.
After that, I have made for firm taxation of firm. I have told you. For firm tax it is 50%. Now what will happen to partners? They'll get the share, something like this. One very nice chart I have made you right. I know I have made you right. Don't see what you see. Trust me. Right? Under section 2 clause 23 of Income Tax Act, the term firm, partner and partnership have the meaning respectively assigned to them in Indian Partnership Act 1932. Now, yeah. So, taxation of partnership. Legal status. Partnership is treated as a separate entity, irrespective of whether the partnership is registered or not. Taxability. Partners' share in the income of the firm is not chargeable to tax. It is exempt. Any salary, bonus, commission, remuneration will be taxable in the hands of partners as a business income. Maximum interest which you can pay is 12%, allowed as deduction to the firm. Tax rate for the firm is what, sir? 30%. Surcharge and cess is also applicable. Assessment of the firm. A partnership firm is in the first assessment year shall be assessed as a firm if following conditions are set. When will I call a group of people to be a firm? Why, sir, a partnership firm is called as a partnership and not an UP or a BOI? They are telling, I'll tell you why. When will I call someone as a firm? Partnership is evidenced by an instrument, partnership deed, meaning there should be a deed. Individual share of the partners are specified in that instrument. And a copy of partnership deed is certified by all the partners or duly signed by all the partners. Okay? Other than minor partners, because they are not allowed to sign. So, in the first year, how will I call first assessment year of the firm? How will I know whether it is a firm or not? If these three conditions are satisfied, that means it is a firm. If there are partners, they are having a partnership deed. The deed is signed by them, and it also talks about their profit sharing ratio.
It's not compulsory.
Yeah, it is not compulsory to have a deed. You can have oral deed also. Meaning, deed can be either written or oral. Computation of income. Tax rate for firm is 30%. Surcharge is 12% if the total income is more than 1 crore, and 4% is my health and education cess. Now, please note, they have given this wrong information to you. You know the right information. What is the right information? Up to 6 lakhs? Correct. 6 lakhs only is the limit.
Profit to
3 lakh rupees or 90% of the profit. And balance of profit 60%.
60%. Or the same limit is
When remuneration and interest is deductible. When can you subtract remuneration in India if the following conditions are satisfied? The firm, see, when can you subtract remuneration and interest? Whatever you have written, those points only they have written again. The firm must have a deed. Then the deed must specify the share. The certified copy of the instrument must be submitted along with the return. And revised instrument should be submitted if there is any change in profit sharing ratio. And there should be no failure mentioned in section 144. Remuneration should be given only to working partner. It should be authorized by the deed. And it should not pertain to prior to formation of partnership, meaning it should be prospectively, not retrospectively, and it should not exceed the limit. Limit is given under section 40B. Interest to partners, it should be authorized. Interest should pertain for period after the deed, meaning prospectively. Rate of interest should be 12% simple interest. Maximum amount permitted is actual interest or 12%, whichever is less. Here, maximum amount is whatever salary you have calculated here, or amount given, whichever is less. All this point we have discussed in that chapter. What is a book profit is given over here. They have given some examples. Assessment of partners, assessments of firm. Assessment of partners, share in profit is not taxed in the hands of partners. If they receive remuneration and interest up to the limit is taxable as business income. More than the limit is not taxable in the hands of partners, it is taxed in the hands of firm. Then we have seen what, sir? Sir, what happens? Please note. There is one word called as joint and several liabilities of partners of a partnership firm. Joint and several liabilities means what, sir? Joint and partners are jointly and severally liable. You would have heard this word somewhere in your life. If not, you are hearing it today. If there is any default done by the partnership deed, who should pay them? If there is any default, meaning your partnership has taken loan from someone and they have done the default, not they paying the loan. The firm is not paying the loan. Please note, firm is treated as a separate person. Firm is not paying the loan. Not the person, no problem. Partners will be liable. They are personally liable. They are jointly and severally liable. Jointly liable and severally liable. All the partners are insolvent except one. That one partner has to pay the bill for that firm, but one person. Minimum alternative tax 115 JC. Have you studied this? Sorry, alternate minimum tax AMT. So when is AMT applicable? What is the condition you have to satisfy? The AMT for cooperative society and these points are not there. What is applicable to us? For individual 18.5%. Set off and carry forward on so 15 years we can take this AMT credit, etc. Something like this. CA audit should be done. Alternate minimum tax. How do I compute alternate minimum tax? You take your total income and the deductions. Wrong there. Yeah. Amount of deduction under 35 AD as reduced by depreciation. We have written depreciation separately, subtract depreciation. Here they have given in the bracket only. Please subtract the depreciation. You take adjusted total income, on that you apply AMT of 18.5% plus health and education cess and surcharge if it is applicable. Till AMT the material, till AMT you solve questions. Okay, till AMT whatever questions are there you solve. After that, just for knowledge purpose, they are given cooperative society, AOP and BOI. Taxation of association of person and body of individual. Taxation of what's an AOP and BOI. Association of person means what? Association of person means two or more persons join for a common purpose or a common action to produce income, profit or gains. Two or more persons come for a common purpose to make money. Supreme Court judgments they have given. Taxability of association of persons and body of individual. With effect from assessment year 89-90, following provisions are applicable to an assessee other than companies, cooperative societies and societies. Meaning for AOP and BOI, following provisions are applicable, and this is made applicable from 1989 and onwards. Before that, it was not the AOP concept was not. Interest paid by AOP to member will not be allowed as deduction. In case where individual is a member of AOP, is in representative capacity, any interest paid by AOP to such individual or such individual to AOP otherwise than in representative capacity is not allowed as deduction. Now, what is this point telling, sir? Please note, a person, for example, a person can be member of AOP in his representative capacity or is in his personal capacity. Representative capacity means, for example, one of the member of AOP is a partnership firm. Now, can firm talk in the meeting? So, firm will have a representative. So that representative is, let us say Dilip is a representative. Now Dilip is the member of AOP in his representative capacity. I am representing the firm. Let us say there is one more AOP where I am myself member over there. So now can I talk in that particular meeting? So I am member of that AOP in my personal capacity. I am myself member in my personal capacity. I am member of that AOP in the representative capacity. So they are telling, if loan is given, and if that loan is given by me in my personal capacity, and I am representing someone in that same AOP in a representative capacity, that should not be treated as one single person. What is point telling? In case where an individual is a member of AOP in his representative capacity, any interest paid by AOP to such individual, otherwise than as representative capacity, will not be subject to any disallowances, meaning it should not be disallowed. That amount which is paid to me in individual capacity should be allowed as deduction. In case where interest is paid by AOP to individual, in case where interest is paid by AOP to such individual or by such individual to AOP in representative capacity, any interest paid by AOP to person represented by such person or vice versa will not be allowed as deduction under 40 BA. Section 40 BA is applicable, like we have 40 B for partners, we have 40 BA for AOP and members of AOP. Any salary, bonus, commission, remuneration paid by AOP to the members will not be allowed as deduction for what, sir? The AOP. Whenever you are computing the income of AOP, please note, I'll give the summary of this in short. Okay. What is 40B telling? You give salary to working partner allowed, give interest within the limit allowed. Whereas 40B does not say this. 40B says if a person is a member of AOP in his individual capacity, okay, if you are paying him remuneration, AOP cannot subtract it. If you are paying him interest, AOP cannot subtract. Why, sir? Because an AOP cannot pay remuneration or interest to its members. Okay, therefore, whatever you are paying, it is not allowed as deduction. But if that same individual is member of AOP in his representative capacity, meaning he is not at all a member, he is just representing someone. Now, if to this person they are paying remuneration and interest, that is allowed as deduction. Why, sir? Because he is not a member by himself, he is just representing someone else. Where shares of the members are, section 167B makes following provisions. Where shares of members are determined. In case where shares of the members are determined, the tax is chargeable on the income of AOP at the same rates as applicable to individual. So if you know how many members are there, what is the share of that member? 1:1:1:1. Now one member may be a partner, one member may be a partnership firm, one member may be an individual, one member may be a company. Depending upon what member you are, for your share of income, you pay the taxes at your rate only. But if AOP has paid the tax at maximum marginal rate, in the hands of the members, it is not taxable. I'll read this point. The tax is chargeable on the income of an AOP at the same rate as applicable to an individual. However, where the total income of any member of an association of person for the previous year exceeds the maximum amount not chargeable to tax, in case of individual, tax will be charged to the total income of AOP at maximum marginal rate of 30%. Meaning, if any one of the members' income also exceeds what, sir? Maximum amount not chargeable to tax, meaning basic exemption limit, then AOP will have to pay tax at what rate? 30%, because that is the highest rate. More so, where the total income of any member of AOP, irrespective of whether or not it exceeds maximum amount chargeable to tax or not, in case of an individual, is charged to tax at the rate higher than maximum marginal rate. Meaning, if one of the member is a foreign company, then you will apply 35%. In such case, tax will be charged on the total income of AOP at such higher rate for that portion of income of AOP which relates to share of such member. I'll repeat once again. What is this point telling? I just now told you, whatever income is earned by AOP, what will happen to that income? You give between the members. Okay, now member is an individual or member is any other person like partnership, company or body corporate, foreign company, Indian company, domestic company, foreign company. Now, if it is an individual, you will tax at slab rate. Please note, whatever income AOP has earned, now what are you doing, sir? Now the member's share is determinate, meaning how much share each and every member has, I know it. So there is an AOP which has 3 people. 1, 2, 3. 1 is Dilip. 2 is, let us say, Neeraj. 3 is a company, body corporate. Dilip's share is 1. Neeraj's share is 1. Body corporate share is 1. 1:1:1. Now AOP has earned an income of 3 lakh rupees. What will happen to this income? Be divided between 3 people. Correct? Now Dilip has got 1 lakh rupees. On this 1 lakh rupees, Dilip has to pay the tax at slab rate. Neeraj has got 1 lakh rupees. Neeraj will have to pay tax at slab rate. Why, sir? Because we are individual. For us, tax rates are slab rates. Now body corporate, meaning company has got, it will have to pay tax at what rate, sir? 30%. If it is a foreign company, 40%. Sorry, 35%. Okay, that is what this point is telling. If the member's share is determinate, sir, what will happen if the member's share is not determinate? If the member's share is not determinate, problem is same. I don't know what is Neeraj share, Dilip share, company share, then highest rate will be applicable. In case where, in this case, where the member share is not determinate, in this case, tax will be charged on the total income of AOP at a maximum marginal rate. That is, that tax rates as well as surcharge applicable to the highest slab of income in case of an individual. So what is the highest tax rate for us individual, and what is the surcharge applicable to us? Highest surcharge. So that will be applied, tax rate and surcharge. However, if the income of any member of AOP is chargeable to tax rate higher than the maximum marginal rate, then the rate of tax for the entire income of AOP will be such higher rate. So normally what they are telling, I'll apply the rate of, if the share is determinate, individually whatever rate is applicable to you, that rate will apply. The share is not determinate, then I'll apply maximum marginal rate. Sir, if one of the person's income is taxable at a rate more than maximum marginal rate, then that income will be taxable at what rate, sir? Such higher rate. So how do I compute the method of computing share of members of AOP and body of individual? Section 67A seeks to provide the method for computing members' share of income of AOP and BOI, wherein the shares of the members are determinate. Following method is followed. Interest bonus remuneration paid to any member in respective previous year shall be deducted from the total income of AOP, where the amount apportioned to member is a profit or an interest or a salary. The result shall constitute the member's share of income. Where the amount apportioned to member is a loss, the result shall be adjusted against that amount, and the result shall be treated as member's share of income from AOC. It can either be income or loss. Taxation of income of share. Taxation of share of income of a member of AOP. 86 relates to share of member of an AOP or in body of individual, income of association or body. This section provides that if an assessee is a member of AOP or BOI, his share of income from association or body shall be computed in the manner provided under section 67A. Shall not include, his income shall not include what, sir? Shall his whatever income he is getting from, I get confused. No problem, very normal. Today I am getting double this thing. See what this point is telling, first point is telling. If any member is getting share from AOP, if that income is already taxed, it will not be taxable in the hands of that member. Further, the taxability of the share of income of member of AOP or BI depends upon the rate at which the income is taxable in the hands of AOP. Where AOP has paid the tax at maximum marginal rate, such income shall not be taxable in the hands of member, because already the firm has paid at a highest rate. Where the AOP's income is taxable at a rate applicable to individual and the taxes is paid, the share of income of member shall be taxed as a part of his total income, and he will be able to claim rebate under section 86. So what is this point telling? Now if the firm is the AOP is paying tax at highest rate, for member it is not taxable. If member is AOP is paying taxes at slab rate, for members it will be taxable, it will be included, and whatever tax is paid by AOP he can claim rebate of that under section 86. Where AOP is chargeable to tax on its total income at a rate applicable to individual and no tax is chargeable, and by applying that rate also no tax is coming, the share of income of member shall be chargeable to tax as a part of the total income and no rebate will be given. Why? Because the firm has not paid the taxes. If the AOP has not paid the taxes, rebate also will not be given to the members. Assessment in case of dissolution. In case of dissolution, what will happen? Where any business or profession carried on by AOP has been discontinued or AOP is dissolved, the assessing official shall make the assessment of the total income of the AOP If no such discontinuance or dissolution has taken place, all the provisions of this act, including the provisions relating to levying penalty or otherwise other sum chargeable under any of the provisions of Income Tax Act shall apply. So what is this point telling? If you say that my AOP has dissolved, assessing officer will check that. If he feels that it is not dissolved, then he'll do the computation normally, including he'll apply penalty also. Every person who was at the time of discontinuance or dissolution a member of AOP and a legal representative of any such person who is deceased shall be jointly and severally liable. So in case of dissolution, the members of the firm will be jointly and severally liable, just like partnership. Where such discontinuance or dissolution takes place after any proceedings in respect of the assessment year commenced, the proceedings may be continued against the members from the stage at which the proceedings stood discontinued. Meaning, if proceedings, in the sense some notice has been sent to the AOP before the AOP was dissolved. Now the AOP is dissolved. Will the notice still continue? Lawmaker says yes, it will still continue, and the members will be responsible for giving all the details. Taxation of cooperative societies. Cooperative society means a cooperative society registered under Cooperative Societies Act 1912 or under any other law for the time being in force. Computation of income of cooperative society. The income of cooperative society is computed in the same manner as provided for other assessees under this act. So you should calculate in the same manner. Rates applicable to them is 10%, 20% and 30%. 4% such cess is applicable. Surcharge will be applicable at 7% or 12%. Rates we have already written. Deductions. ATP deductions will be allowed. In case of a cooperative society is engaged in banking business, cottage industry business, marketing business, agricultural produce, processing without aid of power, collective disposal of urban labor, etc., they'll get what, sir? The whole amount of profits and gains from the business to any one or more of such activities shall be deducted from the gross total income. So this is basically benefit given under section ATP. ATP says if you are a banking company, cottage industry, or cooperative society formed for agriculture purpose, etc., or any of this cooperative society, then you will get a deduction. Whatever income you have earned, that is completely exempt. Meaning exempt in the sense allowed as deduction under section ATP. Or you are a cooperative society engaged in supplying milk, oil, seeds, fruits, etc., or where the cooperative society is a consumer cooperative society, or every cooperative society the whole of income by way of interest or dividend derived from the investment in another cooperative society, or every cooperative society the whole of income derived from society. Please note, what is this point telling? This point is talking about ATP deduction to cooperative society's income. If you are a cooperative society which are covered over here, listed over here, you will get a deduction under ATP. Other points with respect to case laws they have given. Assessment of cooperative society. If it is a housing cooperative society, a member of cooperative society or a company or an association to whom the building or a part of building is allotted or leased, a house building scheme of society, company, association shall deem to be the owner of that building. Meaning, in case of resident welfare association or this building which we have right next to this Rosie Tower, they have Rosie Tower Owners Association. Now, in case of that Rosie Towers Owners Association, though each and every person will be owner of the office which they have, but the owner of that entire place will be who, sir? This association which is formed by them. Any apartment is there, any apartment, owners of this apartment will be the owners of individual flats. Correct? Now, these flat owners will come together and form an association. That association will be treated as owner of this entire building. Though you are the owner of that flat, that association will be treated as owner of that building. Profits and gain from cooperative society from insurance business. The profits and gains of any business of insurance carried on by cooperative society shall be computed in accordance with the rules given in first schedule. In this connection, first schedule and rule 6C of Income Tax Act provides that profits of non-life insurance business like fire insurance, marine insurance, etc., shall be profit disclosed by the annual accounts required to be prepared under Insurance Act. So what will be the profit for an insurance business company? Whatever profit they are required to show under their annual accounts, meaning whatever books of accounts they have prepared. Now their income will be what, sir? Their income will be the net premium income which is received. They have given some examples. You can please ignore these examples. Tax exemption for political party, section 13A. Now please note, I'll just tell one, briefly what this point is. Political party. See, there is one thing called as political party, means an association of person or body of individual which is registered with Election Commission of India. That is a political party. And we have one more thing called as electoral trust. A trust so approved by the board in accordance with the scheme made in this regard. Now what happens is, this political party and electoral trust. Normally political parties, any political party, let's just say BJP party is there, I make donation to them. For them, what is the income? Donation income is there. Now what happens is, when I directly make the donation to a political party, any person, for example, let us say I am Mukesh Ambani, I made donation to BJP. What is the problem which I may face now? Tomorrow if BJP does not win, Congress wins, don't you think that Congress will put a notice to me? They'll give a lot of notice to me, because hey Mukesh Ambani, you made the payment to BJP, you never paid, you did not give the donation to me, therefore now you look into this, I will take care of you. They'll send lot of notice, they'll make sure that he does not do business at all. Therefore a new scheme came into picture called as electoral trust, wherein the money which is paid by you to the electoral trust, that will not be disclosed. Who has paid the money to electoral trust, that will not be disclosed. You give the money to them and tell them whom to give the money, they'll give it without disclosing your name. But if you had seen the last year news, etc., or last year only the news, they had received before election. No, what they had done is, they had extracted all the information, meaning the other party, non-ruling party, that is extracted information from electoral trust. They would have paid bribe to someone and found that Adani was the person who has donated maximum money to BJP. You give money to electoral trust, they are not supposed to disclose whom the money is given, but still something they did internally, and they took out that file. And there are a lot of Adani companies where Adani had invested. Adani did not make the donation directly. See, what happens is, if I want to donate money to Soumya, I will not donate money directly to Soumya, because if I give the money to her, people may come to know, okay, Dilip gave the money. So what will I do? I'll give the money to Tanu. Tanu will give it to Neeraj. Neeraj will give it to Daya. Daya will give it to Jeffrey. Jeffrey will give it to Kubera. Kubera will give the money to Soumya. Now, this is what they follow. Meaning, one company who wants to donate, they'll have hundreds of companies under them, and that last company will give the money, wherein you will not be able to track that I gave the money. But then in case of Adani, they found this track. They did this entire tracking and they found that Adani gave the money. That is the reason. Electoral trust is specifically created because before it used to happen, before 1985, etc., what used to happen was, openly the company was claiming deduction for money paid to political party, Tata Motors, and they had told, okay, there are a lot of case laws also, wherein they had told, sir, for doing our business, we have to donate money. We have to give money to political party. So, what used to happen was, if there is a party change, meaning after election, if there is a change in government, that new government was harassing that business. Pay more taxes, send the notices, etc. Therefore, electoral trust came into picture. So, basically, electoral trust and political party donation is same. Provision is same, but they are two separate entities. Applicable section is section 13A of Income Tax Act, meaning, what is the meaning of political party? We just now saw exemption. Any income which is chargeable under the head house property, other sources and capital gain. Any income by way of voluntary contribution. So what are the income which earned by a political party is exempt? All the incomes earned by them. All the incomes means house property income, other sources income, capital gain income, and whatever donations they receive. That income is exempt. What are the conditions for claiming the exemption, sir? They should maintain the books of accounts and they should record the contribution made more than 20,000 rupees. Audited, the books should be audited by a chartered accountant. Donation in excess of 2,000, they should not take in cash, they should take it through any mode other than like account pay check, account pay demand draft, or other electronic clearing system. And they should file the return of income within the due date and should submit the report about whatever donation is made by whoever has made the donation more than 20,000 rupees. See, basically, if you donate more than 20,000 rupees, that person details should be recorded by them. Same is the case of electoral trust. For that, section 13B is applicable. Electoral trust means a trust which is approved by the board. Board means CBIC, Central Board of CBDT, Central Board of Direct Taxes. Electoral trust, the only income which is exempt for them is whatever donation you are making. Voluntary contribution received by electoral trust. Now, conditions is that that electoral trust should be approved by CBDT to claim as exemption. And the second condition applicable to them is whatever amount they receive, 95% of that amount, aggregate donation received during the year, along with the surplus brought forward from the earlier years, should be given to any political party. Whatever amount they are receiving, they should give it to whom, sir? 95% of the money should be given to political party. Then only they can claim the exemption. This is all about this particular chapter. Okay, they have given points with respect to each and every income, etc. with for electoral trust and political party. And this chapter, what is this? Taxation of computation of total income of various different tax liabilities of various different entities is done. Lesson roundup. They have given summary of this lesson. Now we have two topics left over: classification and tax incidence on companies, and what's a procedural complaints, which we'll do along with GST. 8 minutes. We'll do these two topics along with GST. Now we'll meet when, sir? We'll meet day after tomorrow. Yeah, Wednesday, day after tomorrow. We'll meet on Wednesday. Okay, chalo, tata, bye bye, take care, enjoy. Happy Diwali to you all. Happy Diwali to all the students who are watching me online. Bye bye, take care, enjoy. Happy Diwali, bye bye, bye bye. Enjoy, bye bye.